Right. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Today we're going to be continuing Punishing Grey Raven's story because left it off on a bit of a cliffhanger yesterday, and this story chapter seems to be so far really interesting and crazy. So let's get to it.
I have plenty of time. So, you're staying here with me until I say you can go.
Daily login stuff. Across the ruined sea. News. Hidden broadcast. Okay. I'll get the free recharge just because. I'll do these real quick just because it'll help increase my serum that I have on me, which will then allow me to go through the story without having to worry about recharging that. So,
Being in
pop into the dorm, exit the dorm. Okay, should do those dailies. And then, yep, put me at a much higher serum. Okay, and no. Oh. I did, through one of the things, actually hit you get a free pull. So the free pull was the last one I needed to hit pity. So I do now have Bianca Stigmata. I just need her final memory number 2 slot, and then I'll level them up and then hopefully save up so I can try to get at least her 5-star weapon. But that shouldn't be too bad, because if we go into the target weapon research, I'm already at 20 out of 30 for the 6-star weapon. So, hello Lumix. Welcome. So, already really close to the 6-star weapon pity pool. So, in GBO2, I actually haven't logged in. Haven't done those recently. Today I'm just continuing the story of the new story patch for Punishing Grey Raven. But I hope you got something good from the free drops. Okay. Okay, let's start. Let's continue the story. Main story. Across the ruined sea. So let's see, a recap. Given an operation to this aquarium where basically a cult was being formed around the red tide. So we were sent to investigate it because the first team that went in went missing, using a new experimental tech device which allowed you to see in certain areas what happened in that area, like a glimpse of the past, but it was also causing Bianca's frame to suffer hallucinations. Things just kept getting weirder and weirder as you found out that the team, basically they all were taken out by the red tide and became corrupted. And Bianca barely managed to technically survive due to the corrupted form of the vice captain pulling her out of the red tide. or she could be just completely taken over. Now we continue. 20-6. Before the daybreak. The disaster in Puglia Forest Park ruins should not be repeated. Oh, mentioning those, that's gonna be interesting. Calculate expected loss. Calculation complete. Given an 87.1% casualty, the success rate of the mission is 28.4%. As expected, General Wells' proposal is the one with the highest chance of success. Are you kidding me? The councilman slams his fist on the desk, and the loud discussions in the hall immediately quiet down as everyone turns to look at him. If the minimum casualty rate of the task force is 87.1%, what's even the point of the plan, General Wells? This is the best I can do, given that you are not willing to deploy all of the Omega weapons. If you have better suggestions, I'm all ears. You have to lower the casualty rate to at most 20%. Babylonia does not have that many soldiers to waste. Then deploy all the Omega weapons. I can guarantee you that the casualty rate will be even lower than that. Ahem. We've already discussed that. To prioritize securing the lunar base, we must reserve half of the Omega weapons before we are certain what the infection rate of the moon is. But no reconnaissance report has shown any sign of the punishing virus on the moon. For now. The reconnaissance reports also show that less than 50% of the moon has been explored. If there is a sizable concentration of the punishing virus in the remaining areas and we don't have enough Omega weapons, humanity can wave goodbye to the lunar base. This is just a guess. We can't afford even a 1% chance. That is the lunar base. It is where we produce Omega weapons. Are you going to gamble with humanity's future, General Wells? With that, the parliament turns silent. Bureaucracy. No one dares to answer that question recklessly. Even the centrists have to phrase their words carefully. Thank you, General. You too, President. It's up to you now. General Wells salutes Hassan before leaving. Watching Wells go, Nicola crosses his arms and sighs resignedly. Not the result we were hoping for. We couldn't sway the centrists even when we brought in General Wells. They're having second thoughts at the very least. As long as we can get their support, the vote will likely pass no matter what Kurono does. Send in the next person, then. Soldiers are fighting for their lives on the front line. We can't hold back either. The ocean waves hitting the cliffside are red. The sound they make used to delight you, but now it unsettles you like a reflection to the things to come. You reported to the parliament about how the red tide entered the ocean and what you expected the agent was planning half an hour ago. You suspected this was only their first step. But as the refugees were sent away, you were told to retreat instead of stopping the tide. After talking to President Hassan through other channels, the best they can offer you is an order to stand by instead of retreat. Kurono has disclosed the details of the battle to the parliament. The situation is now out of the military's hands. How's the meeting going? We're still fighting. It's a simultaneous display now. The chief commander needs to wait for the right time to call for another vote. The old gentleman himself. I'm sorry, I've got to go. I'll let you know as soon as there's an update. Celica quickly hangs up. The situation seems to be quite chaotic on her side. Putting down your terminal, You turn your gaze back to the Crimson Sea. The red tide is devouring the ocean, gnawing at the cradle of life, and taking over the home humanity depends on. Fighters who would give everything are now waiting by the sea, powerless. The wait continues. Excuse me. Celica is running down the hallway. Suddenly, someone stands in her way. Are you going to the Parliament, Celica? Murray. Obviously. I don't have time to talk now. What's this? He passes her a folded note and says nothing, only raising his index finger before his lips. Celica unfolds it and finds a data chip inside. When she looks up, Murray is already gone. Desperate for any help now, Celica inserts the chip into her terminal. As she scrolls through the information, her eyes widen. President Hassan! President Hassan! Where does this intel come from? It's classified. This life form that will be born out of the red tide and devours all until nothing's left. What do you mean by nothing's left exactly? I feel like that's kind of self-explanatory, no? Till nothing's left. Is this the time to discuss that? All you need to know is that it is extremely dangerous for the red tide to enter the ocean. Quieter voices in the Parliament start to get louder. In that case, we need to deploy all the Omega weapons immediately to eliminate this threat. Hassan and Nicola exchange a look as more council members voice their support, but before they can even smile, calm down. Councilman stands up again, his arms stretched, trying to sway the others. As immediate as this threat may be, it's just another product of the punishing virus. Once we secure the lunar base, we can produce an endless supply of Omega weapons. Certainly that will happen before this creature can destroy the world. Is there something wrong with your terminal? President Hassan's intel has clearly shown how pressing the situation is. We can destroy this threat inside its cradle. A sudden shout startles those who were planning to refute him. Just a little bit longer. Just a little bit. The production line on the lunar base will restart soon. Please, I beg you, don't gamble with humanity's future before that, please. With that, the councilman sits down. Parliament reverts to the shouting match that it was. What is he waiting for? By the shore. Your call with Celica is brief but shocking, surprising everyone with you. In short, those council members are not willing to deploy all the Omega weapons. They're just going to let the situation here develop? Can we really deal with the red tide when it has fully entered the ocean? If we can mass produce the Omega weapon, it is theoretically possible, but it means that the surface will experience the most cataclysmic destruction before help arrives. We will lose everything we have built and achieved in one fell swoop. The people living on the surface will also face the most devastating threat they have ever seen. I won't stop fighting. At least for me, I cannot accept this ending. The call terminates again. At the same time, a member of the Purifying Force approaches you, seemingly needing your help. We need a Commandant's clearance to unlock the supply crate, Grey Raven Commandant. Authorized to open. Thanks. I can take care of the rest. Construct takes the parts from the crate and rushes towards the eastern shore. You can briefly hear him mumbling to himself. We're busted if they attack from the east. Gotta reinforce that side. Another Purifying Force member just opens a bottle of purified water and pours it down his head. Hey! Don't waste it. We'll need it when we set up the defense later. It doesn't matter. We're about to retreat anyway. What do you mean? What do I mean? A Friend in Babylonia just sent me a text saying the Parliament had no plan to stop the red tide from entering the sea. What can we possibly do other than retreating? Both of them turn to you, seeking an answer. You nod. Raven Commandant, are we really just going to leave like this? I'll say that's highly possible. So many comrades lost their lives here. The agents are about to get what they want. Yet we are just going to leave like this? Our comrades' bodies are still here. Are we just going to leave Captain Bianca alone, watch the punishing virus enter the sea and devour the entire world, while we hide in Babylonia like cowards? Calm down. Calm down, Maya. You want to keep fighting? Of course. What about you? The construct tosses the empty bottle away and looks at you with firm determination. If not for this bottle of water, I would already be cursing to the terminal. Lucia seems to have noticed the quarrels. She is heading this way. I need to know what everybody thinks. Each and every one of you has the right to choose. If I may, I'd like to borrow your strength. The meeting continues. A scout team has sent a report to the lunar base, or a report from the lunar base. Lunar base investigation progress 51%. No signs of the punishing virus have been detected so far. Nice. Keep doing what you are doing. Once the lunar base is clear, we can try to resume the production of Omega weapon. Quite a few councilmen have started cheering quietly. They sound as if victory is imminent and all they have to do is keep waiting. But is that all? Do we have a loss estimate yet? A detailed loss prediction has been calculated. Estimated ground surface personnel casualty rates are: shoreline and nearby area 99%, coastal area 98%. The data causes a deadly silence, turning the entire meeting hall into a muted graveyard. As we all know, the production of Omega weapon takes time. During this time window, numerous people will die. In other words, almost all humans living on the surface will be wiped out. We can still make it if we throw all the available resources in now. The proposal jointly developed by our advisors and the Science Council has taken into account the time required for the transport, handover, deployment, and activation of Omega weapons. But if we keep wasting our time here, this last chance would be lost. Once the red tide is developed to a certain extent, the available Omega weapons we have cannot do anything to it. This is the final attempt. All previous efforts were unable to make the situation any better. If the death count still does not work... Excuse me, President Hassan. What is the chance of success of this proposal you mentioned? Close to 90%, with a low estimated casualty rate for the task force. I see. It doesn't sound too bad. Objection! The deafening shout shakes many attendees awake from the overwhelming casualty count. President Hassan, this is nothing but a risky bet. You are betting the lunar base and the fate of mankind on your proposal. This guy. The councilman rises up and points at Hassan. He looks very emotional. Omega weapon is mankind's future hope. How are we going to fight against the punishing virus if anything goes wrong in the lunar base? Are we going to sacrifice another 2 eras to find another solution? What about the humans on the surface? Are you just going to let the hetero creatures devour them? Nobody wants that to happen. He slams on the desk, interrupting Nicola's question. But I'm sure every single person who turns down that proposal only does so for mankind's future hope. The councilman gazes around into every person's eyes. He ends up staring at Hassan. This is the will of everybody here. After his speech, there is no other sound in the meeting hall. Everyone is unconsciously holding their breath. The air feels heavy and dense. One after another, the burden of responsibility and future makes other councilmen lower their heads. councilman finally returns to his seat. The silence has turned into an unspoken approval. Bzz. The projector in the center of the parliament suddenly begins to make a coarse hissing sound. What's going on? It should be a message from the surface force. Now that the parliament has taken over the decision-making of the surface operations, the military has forwarded all related correspondence to this meeting. The surface force? Commander Nicola, haven't you ordered them to fall back yet? I don't recall that order in the decisions we agreed on earlier. You're just dragging it on. How pointless. Oh, here we go. This is the Grey Raven Commandant, sending a timed communication to Babylonia. The projected video becomes less blurry. A face appears on the screen, followed by many constructs standing behind. As the red tide starts to enter the sea, we anticipate the hetero creatures converted from contaminated sea animals will land here soon. We will therefore set up defense here to buy more time. We hope the HQ can support our operation and find a solution during this time. There is no solution, just fall back and wait for the production of Omega weapons. Mr. Councilman, this is just a recording. They probably can't hear you from over there. Then tell them what I just said. We cannot abandon the innocent survivors on the surface. Many are yet to be evacuated. The video continues to play, as if the recorders had already seen this coming. Following a path opened by those who had fallen, we were able to reclaim our homeland. This is why I cannot easily tell others to retreat. If we allow the red tide to continue entering the sea, the damage will be irreversible. Even Omega weapons cannot help. Do I need to go through the Science Council's report again? To his surprise, the human just clenches the right fist and knocks it a few times on the chest, right where the heart is beating. Indeed, the sea can be purified. Once the Omega weapons enter mass production, the clean, blue sea will return one day. Buildings can be repaired. When the disaster is over, new buildings will rise again. People will build one after another along the ruins. But something can never be brought back once they are damaged. The pride of mankind, the faith that people once believed in. If we give up all of them for a false dawn, what can mankind possibly remember years later under the shelter of new buildings? HQ, it's okay if there are no reinforcements. We just need ammunition and energy. With the equipment and manpower available, we can hold the tide for approximately 5 days. Hey, you there. Help me ask the Chief Commander. Does he want us to run away like cowards and abandon everyone else? Hey, calm down. No vulgarities. We agreed on this. Just let me finish. One construct seems to be pulled away by another. Still, everyone else on the screen does not seem to be distracted. They are still standing tall and firm, like an indestructible wall. We are not forcing Babylonia to make a decision. This is just a declaration. Whatever the final decision is, someone needs to sacrifice here for the sake of something more important. For the victory of mankind, to reclaim the earth, we have made this choice. This declaration has been jointly signed by all the Task Force and Purifying Force members here. Spaniard, the Grey Raven Commandant. After finishing the speech, the Commandant moves aside. Another construct with red and black colors on her frame steps up to face the camera. Captain of Grey Raven, Lucia. Followed by a construct with a poker face. Purifying Force, Arthur. Another construct covered in mud. Task Force, Rick. purifying force. All of them giving their names. One by one, all the frontline members have left their footage and names in the projected video. A head count of the signatures indicate that 90% of the personnel dispatched in the mission have signed on the declaration. The remaining 10% are all confirmed to be killed in action, apart from the missing Captain Bianca of the Purifying Force. Another moment of silence, albeit completely different from the previous one, was caught the Parliament. But the silence is completely torn apart by the next footage. This is an emergency communication from the Lunar Base Scout Team. What's the percentage? Give it to me. Keep going. This is an emergency communication from the Lunar Base Scout Team. We have investigated 90.5% of the lunar base. The remaining section will be completed within the next few hours. The councilmen who are aware of the related information are all shocked. The speed is incredible, way faster than the previous estimate. No matter how hard they work, such efficiency should not even be attainable. Soon, a councilman has realized something. He immediately stands up and shouts, "Hold on. Why aren't you driving an engineering machine? And you're not even a construct. Go back to the safe area now." The engineering force crew scratches his head. "Well, those big things are just too slow, and we have to waste time preparing the road for them. We discussed in our team, and all of us felt it'd be faster just going in by ourselves." Are you out of your mind? The lunar base is a total mess. Even if you don't run into the punishing virus, you could have easily been killed by a gas leak or gravity distortion without an engineering machine. Well, the frontline forces are risking their lives. We can't just sit back and stay safe. Leaving no chance for the councilman to interfere, he just smiles at the camera and salutes in the low-gravity environment. Instead of the councilman, he's looking at Chief Wales in the back now. This is our decision, made from our own free will. Who told them the information? Nobody answers him. The communication from the scout team has also been cut off. The councilman can only collapse back to his seat, gazing blankly at the front. He seems lost in thought. The projected video disappears. Chief Wales reaches into his pocket and grabs a badge so hard that the sharp silver hawk is pierced into his palm. If our weapons are lost, we can make more. If our base is gone, we can build another one. We've come a long way even when all the old technologies were lost. Nicola raises his arm and points at the screen where the video was playing. But some things will never come back. The willpower that makes them fight until the last moment. The faith that makes them never falter. Once the pride of mankind shatters, it can never be reclaimed. As the Chief Commander, I hereby propose a revote of the previous decision. Let's go. Making me emotional. I'm a big sucker for these kinds of story beats, you know. Indomitable human spirit gets me every time. Just so good. 20-7. I haven't changed. What about you? A sister or a witch? Which one is the real you? A collapsed aquarium sinks to the bottom of the sea along with the bodies of those who had fallen. Was it wrong for her to choose to save lives first? If she could be more decisive, will she be better off? The other comrades who lost their lives and those who failed to escape, they still be alive? She cannot find an answer. Only the flow of water can be heard at the bottom of the sea. Numerous corrupted are moving in the surging red tide. They are about to break out from the water and turn into merciless slayers. It is only a matter of time before Bianca dissolves in the crimson color and becomes a part of the billions of corrupted hosts and red tide projections. Before that happens, should she kill herself with her weapon first? Just hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on the way. They are already gone. The reinforcements can't do more than this dirty work that I'm already doing. Is this chaos caused by the infection? Or is she seeing flashbacks at her final moment? Random, chaotic noises enter her mind with the punishing virus. This is the duty of the purifying force. To raise our weapons against the once comrades. To protect those still alive. And to protect our bonds. Though there isn't much left, not everybody can take the lives of their closest friends. People in the task force always respect and help one another. It's easy for them to build deep bonds. Bonds or emotions are boring and will only hold you back. What's there to envy about? Shall I envy those who have given up all bonds then? How useless. He couldn't even finish off a corrupted. What a coward. They aren't just corrupted. They were our comrades. Look at that attitude of others. Look at the attitude of others. Do you think they would call us comrades? Of course not. Nobody ever stays in the purifying force. He wants to get along with them anyway. Maybe tomorrow one of them will become a corrupted. Those with unstable mind always burst into tears when they had to kill. They only cause troubles to others. I've seen enough of that. We must always prepare for death. That's why we would rather have never met. A familiar voice is echoing at the bottom of the sea. Is that from her memory? Yeah, that's what everybody thinks. They probably hold the same attitude towards you. Whatever they call you, witch or fence sitter, I hope you don't mind. Oh, actually, I'd rather you mind them and hate us. Chico gazes at her own future through the endless snowfield. Because when I die, I don't want to see your tears, Captain. Feel free to mock me if I become a corrupted one day, loudly. Chico. Chico should be the captain of the purifying force, not you. Unlike you, she never hesitates to make a decision. I did receive complaints. They wanted Chico to be the new captain, but I turned them down. The purifying force needs a leader who can control their aggression and keep their sanity. You are the most suitable candidate. Even if they despise your balance and call you a fence sitter, I have decided to let Alma leave the purifying force. She's going to cross the line if she stays here. I respect your decision. Do you know how important Alma is to us? How dare you send her away? She was pointing her blade at those who were still alive. Alive? It wouldn't take long for them to be completely infected. And how many would be attacked by those corrupted who were still alive? May as well finish them while they were still alive and could control themselves. That bloody fence sitter. Fence sitter? You're but a hypocritical nun. Go back to your church and pray to your God who does nothing but condemn us. When I learned they called you witch, I was hoping you could be a merciless leader who never hesitates. How laughable. Chico would never be like you. In Bianca's remaining consciousness, she sees the phantom tracer glowing in the dark sea. Infinite memories and information that do not belong to her seem to be trying to get into her mind. Why are you still in pain? The voices of thousands of people merge into a hollow echo. Come to us and leave all your frailty, pain, and confusion behind. Who's there? I'm Chico, or I am the individual that was once called Chico. No, you are not her. This is just an illusion created by the red tide. She's already dead? No, she's still alive. Right here, next to you. She has been protecting you all along. That's why you are still alive, isn't it? I'm still alive. Because Chico is absorbing the punishing virus in the sea. This sea was supposed to be her nutritional fluid. In the phantom tracer's faint light, Bianca has seen the silhouette of Chico in the water. She is rapidly expanding. It will not take long for her to become a colossal giant that destroys everything. If only Grace or Cecilia is inside, everything will be a lot easier. The voices gradually fade out, replaced by a young girl's sigh. But it's okay. Mister said this was only an experiment. He'd like to see more potential and deplete mankind's reserve. Why would you do this? You wouldn't be afraid of becoming a monster if that could take her to the future. Right, I heard the task force call me that. One will turn into a real monster as long as they keep staying in the purifying force. So what? Monster and witch, they're a good match, aren't they? Am I really a witch? Is it because they call you a fence sitter? I was going to say you didn't look like someone who would care about such words. Still, I understand your concern. No matter how strong you are, you're going to be shaken if they keep talking about it. Some guys may look the same. They've actually just shut themselves off. Inside, they are never the same people again. What matters most is what you think. What is the purpose of your mercy? To protect those who were still alive. To solve problems. Why did you kill the father? To protect those who were still alive. To solve problems. What is the purpose of your ruthlessness? To solve more problems. Are the problems solved then? Maybe. Are they solved? They are, but only partially. Do you like this? Killing your comrades? No. Then run away. No. If I run, they will have to kill their comrades with their own hands and suffer the pain, just like when I killed father. Information rejected. Retrying. The soul tracer is hacking back. I cannot control it. She sees flickering, dazzling scenes through the phantom tracer. The first information captured by the phantom tracer is the fragments of consciousness and memories within the red tide. It keeps decrypting and sending her the footage. The infection then gathers something she cannot understand. It almost feels like these contents were recorded by lived Imperia frame. Is this the future deduced by the Ascension Network? As the chaotic footage merges together, they become a collection of voices. Some are praying to the god, others cursing him. Is she able to recognize the voices because she had heard numerous prayers as a sister? What is your wish? I want to be free, but my legs can't walk. I want the bird in the cage to break free on behalf of me. Fear not, you will be together. Its wings will be weaved into you in the red tide. What is your wish? I want to be with her. We split up for one mission, and I could never see her again. The next time I saw her, I was already part of the red tide. I pulled her back. I killed her. We will be together forever. What is your wish? What are your wishes? We want to live on. We don't want to be abandoned. But our bodies are damaged. How come only monsters can survive in this world? Then monsters we shall be. Until... Tell me what you want. I want to save everybody. When was that? Felt like a long, long time ago. Why am I still here? They are all ready. Tell me what you want. Kill me, mister. Correct my mistakes. How many times have I been through this? I have lost count. Why do I have to do this? Tell me what you want. I don't need anything else. If there is something else I can ask from you, could you please try not to find new ascendants? The fewer people trapped by the Ascension network, the better. I don't want anyone to end up like me. Thank you. Snowstorm is howling. Why did you come here? She lowers her head, repairing her hand with the gel that Bianca brought. 10 minutes ago, Bianca's arrow shot her hand and knocked off the dagger that she was going to kill herself with. To save people. There's no way our squad would survive. Going out of your way to come here will only put yourself in danger. But you survived. What about the others? I killed them. They had all turned into corrupted. I heard about your habit of protecting those around you. Never expected you to cross the snowfield alone, though. There are too many corrupted around. Your action is not smart at all. I know. But I also know this snowfield very well. This used to be my hometown. Now that we're trapped here, let's talk. I've been in the purifying force for a long time. I never really know you well. Alright. You like snow? Yeah. You think your hometown is a nice, warm place? Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, World without end. Amen. Bianca, my child. I was adopted by a kind father in a church. It was just over there, not far away. What happened to him? Almost kind of looks like a 5'7". I killed him. Do you want to meet him again? What? Do you want to meet him again? Meet him? In the red tide, everything will be... No. Wake up, Bianca. The Phantom Tracer and you are our only hope to the future. Future? The future in the red tide. The real future. Why is she seeing this? That kid also died. This is the nameplate of the Grey Raven Commandant. The snow has melted, Commandant. Fair flowers are blooming on the surface. Is this the future? Inevitable destruction that no one can avoid. All that tremendous loss only yielded hallucinations. The footage in the Phantom Tracer leads her to arrive at a painful conclusion. I only want to leave something behind. Instead of getting destroyed completely, I will revive them in the red tide. I don't agree with that path. Stitching up the consciousness to hurt others who are still alive. That's definitely not what they would have wanted, but a disaster brought by the Ascendants. Can you kill Chico? She's still alive. The people in the red tide are still alive, just like everyone else you know and cherish. They are living happily right here in a world weaved by the red tide. The memories left by your team members. You were a kind person who was willing to take risks to save anyone who still had a chance to live. Yet, you're going to cruelly wipe out the consciousnesses that are still alive. They are hardly alive. You people always do this. As long as you tell yourself that they are already dead, you can kill them without hard feelings. I'm looking for you. Go. Bianca, I'm looking for you. Chico, help me. Kill me, my friend. The only one who understands me. The only one who knows my weaknesses. Together, we will destroy this despairing world. Restore this devastated world. Conflicting words and broken thoughts are echoing in the red tide. Which is the real Chico? They all are. Even the strongest person may have a weak side. There are times when they want to cry, to give up, or to ask for help. What about you? A sister or a witch? Which one is the real you? Your pain, your regrets, your happiness, the things you want to protect. Balance, fence-sitter, kindness, frailty, perseverance, resolution, witch. Numerous fragments and characteristics are joined together through me. They all are. The things we want and the things we hate are often just the same. We are full of contradictions, greedy, and easily get bored. Why? Because we are imperfect. Nobody is perfect. Nothing is perfect. We will never be perfect. But when we all come together, perfect we can be. But why must we be perfect anyway? If they are all part of me, I don't want to lose them to the red tide to stitch and weave. I've always been looking up to you, Bianca. You still have the courage to approach others, even when you know one day you have to say farewell to them. It takes courage to let go. Are you also envying me? Yeah. Task Force has always feared my apathy, yet they always respect you. In contrast, the Purifying Force thinks my way of thinking is a fatal flaw. They always respect you. Nobody can be perfect. Light and shadow have nothing alike. They always come together. We don't need to be perfect. It takes great strength to walk in the darkness. Being a fence sitter isn't too bad either. It means you have what it takes to become either a nun or a witch. Good and bad, sister and witch, light and shadow, they all come in pairs. If this is an imperfection, I think mankind should stay this way. To me, it is the most beautiful sight. Have you made up your mind? Not to stay in the red tide with those alive? Right. Even if it means to kill those asking for your help. Yes. Alright, Miss Witch. Before I lose control and hurt you and others. Please. Oh, here we go. Assemble again. Oh. Crom and Vera, huh? As the night falls, the shallow sea engulfed in a thin mist begins to darken. The visibility is gradually diminishing, and an intangible fear begins to surge in every corner. A Purifying Force soldier walks out of the fog. He slowly heads towards the water full of red and dark colors and cluelessly reaches out his hand, as if he's trying to touch the peaceful sea surface. Crimson tentacles suddenly rise from the water, gradually surrounding him. Several bright red spots also float to the fog-covered sea surface, catching the construct soldiers off guard. The punishing virus density detectors on the soldiers' left let off a loud alert, indicating the extremely high punishing virus concentration within the creatures hidden under these red spots. They are entirely made of the punishing virus, after all. The Purifying Force soldiers have not faltered at all. Instead, they take a step forward, holding up the flare sticks. The bright light helps the hetero creatures to easily locate their targets, but also exposes them to others that are still hiding in the fog. Attack all visible enemies. Numerous bullets are coming from all directions. Some are fired from behind the rock, some from the shoal. A bullet fired directly behind the Purifying Force soldier barely misses his ear to hit the nearest hetero creature. The hetero creature tries to crawl up, but another lance suddenly comes out of the fog, piercing its head, or the part that looks like a head. After confirming the hetero creature is completely silent, the lance is quickly drawn out and disappears in the fog again, awaiting its next victim. Efficient and fatal. This is how the Purifying Force fights. A gigantic hetero creature slowly crawls out from the sea, making a low, terrifying sound. It seems to have absorbed an enormous amount of red tide to grow this big. It swings its tide-like arm to crush all the hetero creatures on its way, then raises the arm again to aim at the Purifying Force soldiers holding torches. Their weapons are unable to tackle an enemy of this size. Breathe it, Lucia. Understood. In contrast to the hetero creature's crimson color, an icy blue glow appears from the fog. The thrusters on Lucia Plume's hands begin to run, creating a cyclone that sucks nearby fog in and converts it into a freezing chill. Aim at the legs, freeze the water altogether. Lucia nods and dashes to the large hetero creature in no time, then leaps into the air using the thruster's power. She slams the thruster on the hetero creature's leg, unleashing the extremely low temperature within. This hit alone cannot eliminate the large hetero creature, but with its legs frozen, it can no longer maintain the balance of its gigantic body and falls on the sand. It struggles to get up, but more lances appear and impale it to the ground. The agony makes it let out a human-like scream. Noisy bastard. The Purifying Force soldier shoves a flare into the hetero creature's throat. Its twisted face is lit up by the burning flames. He stares at the hetero creature for a few seconds as it gets burned in fire and healed by the red tide again. Curiosity appears on his poker face for the first time. Isarius! He is slightly shocked when his name is called, then pulls out the anti-corrupted large caliber gun to shoot at the corrupted's head until its so-called head completely vanishes on the sand. As the fog gradually dissipates, other hetero creatures also fall back to the sea. When the sea surface is peaceful again, other Purifying Force soldiers also come out from their hiding places while vigilantly searching for any remaining enemies. Thanks to their caution, not many Purifying Force members are infected or injured, but the relentless battles over many days have made everyone's nerves extremely tense. Nonetheless, they have survived another night of hetero creature attack. After the battle, Lucia summons her thrusters back from the frozen sea. She wants to talk to the Purifying Force members, but only ends up returning in silence. Commandant, are you okay? Yeah, I'm all good. Great. I'm the only Grey Raven here with you. Lee knows a lot, Liv is a support frame, but neither of them is here. If anything happens to you, I'll never forgive myself. Please tell me immediately if you aren't feeling well. Don't worry, I just feel a little cold. Cold? Did I give my coat to you, Commandant? Noticing the thrusters covered in ice, Lucia suddenly realizes the cold came from herself. You were just telling a joke to make her relax a little. She finally smiles and nods, then puts on a serious face before replying. Commandant, since you were the one who gave the order, please bear with this for a little longer. I bet Lee would be saying this. Lucia looks at the night sky as she returns the katana to its sheath. Perhaps Babylonia is right there in the space. Lee and Liv are waiting for them to return. I deserve the cold, but the operation wasn't designed by me. I knew it. This plan is quite risky and feels nothing like what Commandant would choose. The reticent Purifying Force member almost died in the Dark Sea, but he does not seem to be impacted by all. He is just quietly organizing his gear. Each night over the past few days, many hetero creatures would infiltrate the shoreline along the shoal, entering the land. The Purifying Force and we did our best to eliminate them. Still, a large number of hetero creatures have broken through our defense and moved inland. If they ever find out occupied shelters or conservation areas, many innocent people will die. Instead of fighting alongside the Purifying Force, they have been fighting individually most of the time. Members of the Purifying Force are never good at coordinated operations, let alone a large-scale defense battle. Babylonia has already agreed to deploy Omega weapons to contain and eliminate the Red Tide at the entrance to the sea, but getting such a large quantity of Omega weapons and troops together needs at least several more days. My name is Isarius. Tonight, I'll be the bait. You should also come and help. A Purifying Force member came to the Grey Raven's camp earlier this morning during his break. He left these words and returned to his position without saying anything else. It was quite rude by normal standards, but after spending a few days together, this could be considered his, or the Purifying Force's, most genuine and sincere attempt of communication ever since Bianca left. There were some up and downs, but at least the result was good. Isarius notices you're looking at him. He just nods in return. It was the simplest bait strategy. Worked wonders. With the limited manpower available, this could arguably be the best plan to eliminate enemies in a large area. Except that nobody could ensure that he, as the bait, could survive. You hardly agreed with such a dangerous plan, but could at least help with setting up the formation. With Lucia joining you, the chance of success was a lot higher. Fortunately, you're able to hold the incoming hetero creatures off the coastline as their number seems to be diminishing over time. Somehow your instinct is warning you that a greater danger lies underneath. Apart from Bianca, you don't really know the Purifying Force well. Indeed. Many Purifying Force soldiers vanished on this beach forever over the past few nights. You did not even know their names. None of them showed any fear or hesitation. Perhaps they had already forgotten the feeling of fear during the countless purging missions. You're about to inspect the battlefield with Lucia, but suddenly feel a gust from the sea that brings a putrid, rotten smell. Not far away, Isarius suddenly gets on his feet, gazing into the distance. Over there! He calls out with a controlled voice as the ground begins to tremble. An enormous, pale figure rises from the center of the sea, sending crimson tides rushing towards the shore. Sharp crystals formed by high-density punishing virus protrude from the water after the tides sweep past. Leave the coastline! Lucia immediately rushes out after hearing the alert, activating Bloom's quick frost power to freeze a large area of sea and buying time for the Purifying Force to fall back. When everyone is moved to a higher ground, you finally have the time to observe what exactly the giant shadow is. It looks like a human. Could it be a hetero creature? But this size is way too... Isarius shakes his head and squints into the distance. Just like Lucia, he has never seen any monster like that before. I've never seen anything like this, but it seems quite challenging to kill. The detailed origin of this monster is still unknown. It's definitely linked to the red tide entering the sea. Humans learned the hard lesson in the past battles. All tactics and weapons were futile against the red tide. An amorphous monster that devours everything. But there is still one hope right now, which gives everyone the reason to keep fighting. Lucia, contact Babylonia right now. Roger that. On it now. Lucia nods and attempts to use her terminal to connect to Babylonia. The process only takes a couple of seconds, but it feels like centuries. Hello? This is Lucia from Grey Raven. As per the battle plan submitted to Lee earlier, Commandant, myself, as well as approximately 30 Purifying Force members are holding our position on the shore where Copperfield Aquarium was located. Lucia looks back at the giant humanoid in the distance. It seems to be slowly approaching the coastline. We suspect an unknown mutation has occurred as the red tide gathers. A possible new hetero creature of extremely large size has emerged. The potential damage could be devastating if it ever gets on land. We need reinforcements immediately. What if I say no? What? The voice suddenly rings a bell. It's the red-haired captain of Cerberus. Vera. Right, this is Vera of Cerberus. You still remember my voice after so long. Ouch. The communication is interrupted abruptly. You worry that they could be attacked by the enemy. Hey, Vera, you okay? The next moment, you hear Vera's furious shout from the terminal. Noctis, can't you even drive a boat now? What? Blame the creepy waves, not me. If Noctis can't do it, I will. I'd rather just jump off the boat. I'm more likely to survive that way. Is that so? I see. The muffled roar of Noctis soon comes from the other side, sounding as if his head is being squeezed. Oi! Take your stupid robot off my face, I can't see anything. But aren't you going to jump off the boat? Buddy may want to help you. It's called sarcasm, don't you understand? Captain, get number 21 off me. It's your job to take care of her, not mine. Figure it out yourself. It isn't my job either. Well, it is from now. Captain's orders. What are they doing there? The other side of the terminal has turned into chaos, but Vera does not seem to care. She just casually tidies her hair and talks again as if nothing happened. Ahem. This is Vera, Captain of Cerberus. We have been requested by the HQ to assist Grey Raven in the siege of Copperfield Aquarium. How are the Omega weapons, Vera? They are sort of ready, but according to Asimov's estimate, for the Omega weapons to contain and eliminate a red tide of this scale, they must be spread out and deployed in appropriate locations. Thanks to Karenina and the engineering force's effort, Omega weapons have entered mass production in the lunar base, but now that the lunar base is severely damaged, we must put them to the best use. The engineering force worked overnight to install auto-drifting engines on some Omega weapons. Once we put them in the sea, they will automatically head to the right position and activate. Fortunately, we can't do so on the coastline and need to manually deploy them. Manually? That's the most challenging part. We don't have manpower. At least we'll be there when we finish setting up the Omega weapons in the sea. That's all. Bye. Although the Purifying Force has not suffered a great loss, most of the members have been wounded over the past few days of fighting. As not many support constructs are assigned to the Purifying Force, some members are unable to function due to lack of repair. If we can have at least one more squad. Oh, Commandant, team's in trouble. Time for a grand entrance. Yo! A tall figure is rapidly sliding down the sand dune not far away. Under his feet is a greatsword that is almost as long as a person, which he is using as a sandboard. No one else could have done this in Babylonia. Kamui! Despite his awesome stance, Kamui does not seem to know how to brake well. After spinning a few rounds in the sand, he finally comes to a halt by driving the greatsword into the sand. Kamui's here too. Now we have one more to help us, Commandant. Actually, I'm not the only one. Captain and others are also here, but I was the first to arrive. Kamui sounds easy, but the battle marks on his body indicate that Strikehawk was also engaged in a long fight with the hetero creatures that broke through the defense. Thanks, Kamui. Kamui just wipes his nose, smiles, and nods. He then jumps up, waving at the dune. Captain, we're here! Kamui, I did ask you to go to Grey Raven first, but you shouldn't have ignored the terminal. Chrome sighs as he walks down the dune. He pats on Kamui's shoulder, and then salutes to you. Commandant, 4 members of Strikehawk have arrived. You can give us any task. 4? Is Kamui also here? Correct. He's heading towards the outer defense point. Speaking of which, where's Wanshi? Over there. You find another figure on the dune. He just yawns and waves at you. I'm not going down. This is a good sniping spot. I'll cover you from here. Will he be alright? Don't worry. He's most awake at this time of the night. You then hear the last member of Strikehawk from Chrome's terminal. I've arrived at the defense point on the outer coastline. Understood. Please protect the deployed Omega weapons from the enemy attack. Alright, I'll just kill everything coming this way. An easy task isn't too bad sometimes. I'll leave the rest to you. Babylonian light vessel is rapidly approaching the shore. It must be Vera and Cerberus. Alright then, let's roll. Let's go. Time to fight. Commandant, this is Chrome. I'm preparing to set up an area of defense using Omega weapons. But we need to stop the attack from the hetero creatures first before they cause any trouble. Hetero creatures can land any minute. Let's get prepared. Considering the number of the enemies, I think we should get auxiliary defense weapons ready. I have several simple defense towers here. You decide where to place them, Strikehawk Captain. Then place them on the east coast to kill the hetero creatures landing from there. I'll go and have a look if there are any hetero creatures landing. You keep working on the defense towers. We'll do our job. Please, take care. I don't even know if that was the proper... here we go. Let's go, let's go.
Stay calm and think. Don't move out of my sight. This will pave the path to victory!
Okay. Strikehawk Captain, 3 times the defense towers are ready to use after repair. Oh, I have to. Put that there. Creatures are coming, get ready. These little fish guys are annoying because of that. They how does
This will pave the path.
I think there's this where it's like, oh, the Omega weapon boys. Electric damage. Boom. Oh, those are big guys.
Don't move out of my sight.
That's right, I have to hold back. That was the gimmick, that was the gimmick. Farah, I thought you were out there on the sea. We got the Omega weapons ready, and we are just back, just like that. The hetero creatures attacked again. The energy towers we placed were all destroyed. Time to work again. Let's kill them all.
This will pave the path to victory. Stay calm and think. An excellent
God, Chrome Glory is just so strong. And I still don't have him. actually. Definitely need him, but I don't have him. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. I need to go use the bathroom. This is the only break note I have, so I'll just leave that there for now. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Alright, let's continue. 20-9. Hand in hand. Hey! Team's back together. Let's go. Coincidentally, Lee and Liv bump into each other in front of the Babylonia HQ. Lee waves the document in his hand. Liv, are you here to submit the application too? Liv is slightly surprised. She chuckles and takes out an application exactly the same as Lee's. I guess it'll be more convincing if both of us do it together. Let's try. Any extra help will be good. Over the past few days, they have been closely watching the battles on the surface. According to the information sent back by my Commandant and Lucia, the heroic creature attacks weren't as fierce as they expected and could still be held off. However, the more manageable the situation is, the more likely a great catastrophe is approaching. Having experienced and survived countless battles, both Liv and Lee have to acknowledge this ominous presentiment of theirs. They nod to each other, press the doorbell of the HQ and walk forward, only to find another guest already inside. Karenina is standing boldly in front of Nicola's office, hand on her waist. The Omega weapons have all been assembled and modified. The engineering force can join the fight too. Nobody knows the Omega weapons better than us. If such a large quantity of Omega weapons is required, like that Commandant said, we can monitor the process and significantly increase the chance of success. Bianca was lost for so long. We can't rescue her if the red tide isn't cleared up. Commander, please let us go. Nicola lets out a sigh. He looks at the application that skipped multiple levels of authority to be directly delivered to him, then stares at Celica. I tried to stop them. It didn't work. I really tried. Feeling Nicola's anger, Celica sensibly steps aside, but still gives Karenina and others an encouraging look. No. How many times do I have to say this? Remain on standby until the HQ has finalized the strategy. Besides, what can the two of you possibly do? Unable to think of something to reboot. Karenina just bitterly stares at Nicola. Count us both in then. Lee and Liv walk in and stand next to Karenina. We'd also like to go to the surface to help with this operation. I kept two of you out of this battle to protect you. We can't let the users of new specialized frames take such a risk. You need to understand your importance. This decision was also based on the opinion of the Grey Raven Commandant. Lee wants to say something, but Liv speaks first. But Commandant is also a vital part to new specialized frames. We would have died long ago without that person. No, our ending might even be worse than death. Liv knows the significance of new specialized frames more than anyone. It was a risky bet. And she was only one step away from destruction. If everything goes all over again, she could have lost everything. Bionic, self-taught, I mean, like, when it comes to, because I also do, art streams here and there, so the self-taught is for art. I don't have any, formal art teaching. Anything I know and stuff is just by just drawing and learning from that, so that's what, the self-taught tag is for. I just leave it up. Maybe one day, not just Lee and myself, other constructs are also able to use new specialized frames. I'm sure Commandant will become their most important assistants. Lee looks into Liv's eyes and nods. He understands what she was trying to say. Liv and he might not be able to successfully change into specialized frames, and failure often leads to death. Commandant will have to bear the future of mankind in that case. How can we talk about the future if we lose the present? Nicola closes his eyes. The rest of the people cannot tell what he is thinking. They can only wait in silence. Celica. Celica did not expect her name to be called. She quickly runs to Nicola. Yes, Commander? Get me a scarab. Celica quickly looks up her mission record table. She has no idea why Nicola suddenly mentions the scarab squad. But the only scarab member in Babylonia is Yata. She is currently in an event with Harley Joe, her temporary commandant. That will do. I remember she has shuttle piloting experience and she's a good fighter too. Harley Joe is experienced in ground surface battles. Put him in as well. Nicola pauses for a moment, then continues to speak. Send another order to Cerberus, but their commandant, Murray, isn't fit for surface operations. Let him use the remote link. Murray? Lee has almost forgotten that his little brother is already a commandant. Before he realizes, Murray has become a crucial part of Babylonia. Commander, did you just agree with the operation? Nicola laughs sarcastically. He looks at Karenina and shakes his head. Not about whether I agree or not. The HQ's original plan has already considered utilizing all available resources. Still, there is one last problem. May I know what problem it is? Alright, let me explain it to you. We don't have much time, so I'll just be brief. Nicola turns on the tactical projector. It displays all sorts of information near Copperfield Aquarium. The vast amount of crimson dots represents enemies. A high number of hetero creatures have gathered around the red tide that has entered the bottom of the sea. They aren't as widespread as the last time, but have a higher concentration. Karenina rests her chin on her hand, thinking about the distribution map on the screen. If that's the case, we can't easily break through even if we have the latest shuttle engine. Are you implying we must detour? According to a report sent by the Grey Raven Commandant, a large humanoid hetero creature is seen to have appeared in the central area. with a large quantity of hetero creatures spawning around it. I don't think it will be feasible to take the land route either. Still, I have to give you credit for coming up with an idea other than direct confrontation. Well done. None of your business. No, actually, we need a frontal breakthrough. As long as we can gather enough manpower, it will be safer to cross the flying hetero creatures as a large group. Lee zooms in on the map and concentrates on looking for a particular set of coordinates. IR-22. 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 It really is here. If we enter from this airspace, we can fully utilize the acceleration power of this new engine to lose most of the flying hetero creatures. Then we can reach this ground location that is relatively closer to where the red tide enters the sea. Here, can you see? There's a valley that connects to the entrance to the sea directly. Humans will probably set up an ambush, but hetero creatures don't have that thought. In here, we can avoid engaging in a large number of hetero creatures in open space. Lee suddenly realizes everyone is listening to his analysis. Lee? Keep going, don't worry. Nicola waves his hand, telling him to continue. If, this is just an assumption, we can split into two groups after passing the flying hetero creatures. The first group should deliver the Omega weapons to their destination as soon as possible, while the second group will go to the surface to seek all available forces that can help. Are you saying that Babylonia alone cannot stop this disaster? Correct. We need to use everything available. Lee does not know why he is feeling that way, but he is quite certain that the situation is about to change drastically, perhaps just in a few hours. The HQ also plans to send forces in a large group to break through the enemies. That's why you're all involved. But we will also take Lee's plan and the coordinates he mentioned into consideration. Now the question is whether we can find enough breakthrough forces. They better have real combat experience. We really are short of hands now. Rosetta is in the engineering force at the moment. She also wants to be part of the operation. Count her in. Good. Now the engineering force also has a standard squad, but we need at least one more squad of constructs. Nicola's fingers knock on the desk as he thinks of possible candidates. Dark Ares is still in maintenance. That squad has a lot of unstable factors, but I have no time to worry about Hassan. He will take care of the parliament. Finally made up his mind, Nicola nods and stands up facing everyone else. We have faced numerous sudden disasters, but this time we have done everything we can. I want a perfect mission. Save everybody you can save, and stop any disaster that you can stop. Nicola nods and looks at the center of the tactical map, where the red dots are. Get ready. Assemble on the shuttle hangar in 120 minutes. The first wave of hetero creature attack from the red tide has been neutralized. The Omega weapons are also deployed. However, the number of hetero creatures keeps rising. Endless hetero creatures are rushing out from the sea like real waves, eroding the defense formed by Omega weapons continuously. Hey, the Omega weapons are wearing out. You there, move more Omega weapons here. Vera blocks the hetero creature's attack for a few isolated Purifying Force members with her katana, then slashes one of the enemies in half. The Purifying Force members don't seem to be following Vera's order. Just listen to what she said. Do you think you're better than her? The Purifying Force members looked at one another, then put their weapons away and started doing something that they aren't necessarily good at. Good judgment there. Without good judgment, I will die. And you should go help them. I'm all good by myself here. Vera pokes the katana into a thick armored hetero creature, but is unable to pull it out as the blade is stuck inside the armor. Behind the rocks, Vera! Another hetero creature was hiding behind the rocks and got washed onto the shore. Seeing Vera is in trouble, it quickly charges at her. Just. Vera lets go of the katana and blocks its attack with the folded offhand blade, but the creature quickly wraps around her body. Just when Vera's infection levels keep rising, someone hurls a katana over, impaling the hetero creature to the rock. It was a purifying force soldier named Isarius. I'm not going to move the weapons because I'm a little stronger than them. Besides, fighting is the only thing I'm good at. Isarius steps on the struggling hetero creature and cuts it in half with Vera's katana before returning it to her. Ah, we shall see. Coastline defense should be fine for some time. Commandant, according to Wanshi's observation, the giant humanoid seems to be walking towards here slowly. Right, it's probably attempting to get on the land. The humanoid's purpose and origin are still unknown. Current speculation shows if it ever gets on land, it will devour all lives along its path and turn the land into a dead, scorched earth. Commandant, have you noticed it? Right, it's getting windy. Rain starts to fall. The wind gradually picks up. Soon, gales of cold rain begin to hit the coastline. A storm is imminent. This time, the weather is not on human side. The storm churns up crimson waves that splash on the defense formed by Omega weapons. Countless hetero creatures have crossed the defense line, charging towards the humans. Spread out. Protect the Omega weapons. The center of the coastline is most severely damaged by the waves. Purifying Force members have no time to respond before their positions are stormed by a sudden wave of hetero creatures. Within seconds, coastline defense has had a breach, exposing the temporary command center with lots of Omega weapons stored inside. Dozens of hetero creatures are rushing towards you. It is too late to evacuate. Commandant! Commandant, get down! Hearing the shout from behind, you almost instinctively squat down as much as possible. In the next split second, a storm of bullets flies over your head, blowing a few hetero creatures into pieces. Lee! Lee gives you a quick nod as he races past. He is heading towards Lucia, who is also coming over. Both of them are driving the hetero creatures into the encirclement. You suddenly feel a pair of slim yet strong arms. They help you get up. Are you hurt, Commandant? Shake your head. Liv still insists on giving you a quick full body scan. Her frowned eyebrows have finally relaxed. I'm not. The Purifying Force. Understood. Leave them to me. Try my best as always. Let's go. Liv then picks up the medical kit and heads to the front line, along with her Levy guns that are already on standby. Compared to the giant waves, the fighters in the battle may look insignificant. To those in the command center, they are greater than any tide. The 3 Grey Raven members are equally insignificant compared to the berserk, bloodthirsty hetero creatures. But when they stand alongside one another, nothing seems to stop them on the battlefield. Music buff, let's go. Lee, like usual, I attack and you cover me. Understood. Liv will support us from behind. Leave this to me. It's been a long time since we fought together the last time. Yeah, although it's not something worth celebrating. It's nice to fight with you and the Commandant. You two still remember the collaboration tactics, right? Then let's go.
Is this all I have?
What? Oh, I can already...
Take your orders, please.
There we go. He's...
I'm fine. Be my blessing. Blue!
Your orders, please.
Raven flash!
No more enemies, let's go. Whew. I forget that Lucia Plume, you get get locked into animations quite a bit, so you can't dodge attacks as easily as some others. Yeah, they're doing their job. Grey Raven, no wonder you were the elite squad. Huh. The Purifying Force don't even know how to say thank you. Lee, never mind. Let's fight together.
Is this something? I'm fine. Take this.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay. Over here should be the last. So this is their boss. Typically disgusting. Watch out. Don't worry. It's just a scratch. Defeat him and then we can split up and take care of the other enemies.
Your orders, please.
Raven Flash. Is this all I have?
Come on.
Your orders, please.
We can do better than this. What the heck is hitting me? God.
Your orders, please.
Okay, I'm gonna just...
Not bad. Your
Raven Flash.
There we go.
Flash.
Freaking monkfish are so annoying. I had to just... Yeah, that guy, okay. Cover me, Lee. Already on it. Lee continues to shoot with one hand while loading a high explosive magazine with the other. He fires high temperature flames that can evaporate the seawater towards the area with dense hetero creatures. Through the breach Lee created, Lucia launches at one of the Omega weapon deployment point. Hetero creatures that were burned by Lee's flames are instantly frozen by her chilling cold. Set up the Omega weapon now, Liv. I got this. The coordinates are already recorded. Holding an Omega weapon, Liv runs towards the defense position and swiftly installs it to the encirclement that was damaged by hetero creatures, restoring the coastline defense. But how long can the Omega weapons last? After the battle, the Omega weapons are almost used up. The defense will not last long if the weapons are not replenished. You don't need to worry anymore, Commandant, because you see an engineering force transport truck rapidly approaching. A girl is driving it. Karenina from the engineering force. Yo, Grey Raven Commandant. The backup Omega weapons are here. The truck comes to an abrupt stop. Karenina impatiently jumps off it along with another girl you have never met before coming down the rear seat. Nice to meet you, Grey Raven Commandant. This is Teddy. She can handle all system-related problems of Omega weapon. While Karenina will take over whatever you need, whenever you need violence. That sounds very reliable. Teddy gazes around with an evil grin. I heard you were speaking for Karenina in the Parliament. She was quite thankful for that and kept talking about how to repay that favor. What? I never said that. But I don't like owing someone a favor indeed. At least I can repay it this time. Just let us know if you need anything. Don't just count me in. Alright, can you fix these damaged Omega weapons first? That's a lot. You're definitely not holding back. Just then, Camu sends a comms request. He's been watching the outer area. Hey, the Omega weapons you deployed on the sea are being attacked by hetero creatures. A lot of them are already seem damaged. Do you want to do something about it? Camu points the camera of his terminal to the sea. A lot of hetero creatures are already recklessly charging towards the encirclement of Omega weapons. They will not last long. Where's your light boat, Vera? Hey, number 21, where's our boat? Hey, Noctis, where's our boat? It's all rocks here. The boat's stranded at the shore. I could just crush all these rocks. You hear that, Grey Riven Commandant? We hardly made it here and the boat's already scrapped after that tough voyage. Hearing your conversation, Karenina suddenly remembers something and smiles. Worry not. After splitting with us, Rosetta went to the Arctic Route Union seeking help. She should have arrived now. Thank you. I actually thought that, as a forest guard, given all those barriers in the past, I would be rejected. Ah. Did you learn this politeness from the guys in Babylonia? Right. Rosetta, you don't need to be so polite. If this ocean is contaminated by the red tide from now on, the Arctic Route Union would probably be devastated, given that it almost completely relies on the ocean to survive. We're just helping ourselves after all. You don't need to hold back. Just use this as much as you need to. Exactly. There's no more barriers now. We're all on the same ship, hunting the same big fish. The captain gazes into the distance. Not far away, the giant humanoid is still relentlessly heading towards the land. I guess this fish is too big for us. However, the captain swings his hand forward. A large harpoon quickly fires out, piercing a wandering hetero creature. We can still tackle some little ones. Rosetta smiles. She lands on the ship's bow, pointing her spear at the enemies that she is about to confront while whispering to herself. Commandant, this time, I will fight for myself and I'm not alone. Everybody in the ARU will fight for themselves, for the future. Let's go. Oh, that's an interesting picture. Wait, isn't that the Revelationist lady? Yeah. When we are together. Well, this is going to be interesting to see how this goes. Only live, okay. The storm continues. Endless rainfall has reduced visibility to a minimum. But the most terrifying fact is that the number of hetero creatures is not reduced at all. They seem to be as endless as the rain, and equally ruthless. No matter how many hetero creatures we have killed, the next wave always comes straight away, and they're really not afraid to die. How's the defense? Not much different. You can't forget about taking back the defense positions. In fact, the red tide keeps approaching the coastline along with the rainfall and waves. Our flanks have moved back almost 200 meters. The defense can hardly be maintained if the forces retreat even further. It was only established in a rush, and will not take long to be breached. What about you, Chrome? The east side is not looking good. Kamui, I, and the Purifying Force can barely manage the hetero creatures that broke through the Omega weapon defense, but... Another Omega weapon is failing. Captain, help me. Chrome strives to freeze a few hetero creatures approaching the defense. Kamui immediately smashes them into fragments with his greatsword. Still, their attempts seem futile. A lot of hetero creatures have brought the red tide into the beach through the breach. Enduring the corrosion of high-density punishing virus, a Purifying Force soldier has installed the Omega weapon that took a lot of effort to be shipped here, reinforcing the defense that has almost collapsed. Wanchi pulls him back just in time. He quickly checks the soldier and shakes his head. Not good. The infection is almost reaching the threshold. I need to fall back and give him first aid to contain the infection. The Purifying Force soldier trembles from agony, but he never makes a sound. Okay, Kamui, take Wanshi's position for now. Got it. Remember, don't change the shooting parameters of my rifle. Hold on, I need to plug in my phone because it hit 20%. I'll change my rifle settings. Okay. Rom slicks his hair back for better vision in the downpour. He looks back at the terminal. Sorry, Commandant. I think I don't need to tell you the situation. The Omega weapons are consumed way faster than we expected. We are still severely short of hands to set up defense. Understood. Betty takes off her headphones. Watching the changing numbers, she connects to Karenina's terminal. Oi, Karenina, we still have a lot of Omega weapon reserves, right? Can we send them here in time? No bloody way, thanks to this stupid weather. The truck can't drive through a lot of sand. We have to manually send Omega weapons to the front line. We're severely short of hands. Controlling the gravity nearby, Karenina carries the container with more than 10 Omega weapons inside all by herself and runs to the front line. Still, the Omega weapons are being consumed way faster than they are supplied. As the Red Tide continues to invade, the line of defense will only extend. Available forces are also being compromised by the Red Tide and hetero creatures. The lack of manpower will only worsen over time. Just a little longer, Commandant. Another squad is on its way. One squad is nowhere near enough. At least it could buy the wounded soldiers some time to recover. Good news? Which squad is that? It's Commandant Simon's Dark Ares. They just finished restructuring though. They can be relied on indeed. Never thought Commander Nicola would agree to send them in. Are you talking about Dark Ares? We're supposed to be still in maintenance, or no one's abnormality. Timon's not feeling too well either. Now isn't the time to care about these things. Timon said this himself. Commandant, another wave of hetero creatures is coming. We need your order. This time, I'm afraid the attack scale is greater than ever. Everyone, protect the Omega weapons. Impact in 30 seconds. Asiya stands in the center alongside her comrades, facing endless enemies. She draws her katana. The red tide of despair is swarming over. Behind them is the battle-worn earth. Nobody wants to take one more step back, for there is still hope in this land. After escaping from Copperfield Aquarium, the survivors have returned to their camp. Barely over 10 people in this organization called Scarlet Revelation have survived. They are lucky to be alive. Living in this world just may be another misfortune to them. Ouch. Don't move. The old refugee twitches in pain, almost causing Lillian's serum to drop. I'm sorry. Oh, God. The agony has taken away the refugee's sanity. Severe punishing virus infection has left festering wounds all over his body. Another female construct is leaning on the wall, watching him apathetically. She cannot understand. Dark Ares' top priority is supposed to be helping the coastline, yet Commandant Simon just makes them wait here. Don't waste serum on him. The infection is out of control. Even if we save him, we can't keep the limbs. Alma takes the remaining serum from Lillian. Let's go. We have more urgent missions. But he's in pain. I can give him relief. Alma raises her hand before she swings the arm blade. A dagger suddenly strikes at her from behind. But she is able to react and immediately steps aside before it hits her. Good reflexes. Maintaining a defensive stance, Palma looks up, only to find the bold attacker to be the leader of the Forsaken. What's going on, Watanabe? Hearing the incident, Noan and Commandant Simon of Dark Ares rush in and see the two confronting each other. Forsaken? Noan? What on earth are you doing here? Watanabe is the captain. This is Captain Palma of Dark Ares. Captain who kills refugees. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? How about you explain first why you are with the Forsaken? Will you believe me if I say it was just a coincidence? Oh, so you made us wait at the door for you to bump into him coincidentally. It was actually Lee's advice. Of course, Commander Nicola also gave his tacit consent. The Grey Raven Commandant knew the Forsaken would be coming to help and wanted us to meet him here. What? Lee? He asked you to meet the Forsaken? Yep. I knew Watanabe before I became a construct. Grey Raven just happened to know it too. With the Forsaken. Right now, I think more help is always appreciated. We may have different beliefs, but our goals are the same. Captain Palma, can you pass that serum to me? Palma reluctantly tosses the serum to Noan. He and Watanabe hold the trembling old refugee together and give him the injection. Seeing this, Scarlet Revelation's leader Grace walks over and bows to thank them. Is that an ordained crowbar? I just noticed that. An ordained crowbar. Amazing. Ordained rebar crowbar, apparently. No matter what, I must thank you for doing this for him. May God's blessing guide your way. God. Watanabe looks at the Gurkha knife in his hand. He can never forget his friend, Bruce, who died in a church on the snowfield. God created humans, but also the punishing virus. It twisted the will of the devout, trampled the resolve of the brave, and ultimately destroyed the faith of the kind-hearted, leaving only endless suffering to mankind. Instead of believing in the words of a god, I'd rather believe the will of humans. Of course, it's just my personal habit. Habit? Do you really believe in that god? I believe in everything that we can rely and hope on, be it God, divination, or the red tide. Or person that can become our hope. You're so miserable, Scarlet Revelation. You're not even fanatic believers. You may as well call yourself the Church of Anybody Help Me. That's a pretty good burn, not gonna lie. Why didn't you fight for it earlier? Fight? Of course we want to fight. Look at our powerless hands and these bodies of flesh that cannot be turned into constructs. We were not chosen. All we can do was to be crushed into pieces by those monsters. All we could do was to keep running away. We were sick of being drenched in fear and hated our incapability. All those emotions had turned into a hatred that could not be let out. This faith is the only thing we can rely on. But if the contamination of the ocean will reduce our living space even further, I would rather bet this life that can be lost any time on this opportunity to unleash our fury that originated from fear. Do your believers also think that way? No, some are unable to understand. But I told them that it was a test that God gave us. Besides, we have His promise. If this battle is a success, we can have our new future. Who is he? Oh, must be Noan. He always likes to use his hope to persuade others. No, not me. It was Watanabe. I'm but a construct in Babylonia with no right to make decisions. How can I make a promise about someone else's future? Fine, whatever, but... Commandant Simon, Noan, you don't need to avoid me and go the long way the next time you want to seek external help. I may have worked in the purifying force, but I won't attack a Forsaken at this point of time. puts away the weapon and leaves. No one. What's the matter? Nothing. I'm just not used to this name of yours. When you were introduced to me, I never thought Shrek could be a fake name. He frowns at the young male construct. When I bid farewell to you on the train, thought it was the end. Thought I just lost another forsaken comrade. Well, at least you're still alive. You can always come to the Forsaken if Babylonia doesn't want you. I can't unhear that, Watanabe. It's okay, Commandant Simon. I won't go back to the Forsaken. Given the connection between me and the Ascendants, I would only bring danger to Watanabe. It's your future. You decide it. Hey, Harley Joe. Shall we just keep following Yatta? What else can we do? My order is to observe dark areas and monitor their contact with the Forsaken. That's so cool. Observe? I thought we were watching over them. There's no need to send them to the surface just for that purpose. As long as there is nothing abnormal, we will just follow them and join the battle. Our priority is to assist the combatants. Harley Joe has received the latest update on his terminal. He quickly finishes reading it and frowns. What's the matter? Grey Raven just reported a large number of hetero creatures attacking the defense. There's no time. We must go now. Simon has probably got the message too. It's sent to all commandants. Of course he will get it. See, they are already preparing to head out. Alright, let's go. Please, make... I don't know if she is, but please make Yatta playable. You'd have like a, you know, an actually good punch character. It'd be so cool. A raindrop falls on Yatta's mask. She looks up at the muddy sky. The storm is coming. Lady Revelationist, are we really going to follow their truck and fight so many monsters? Of course, that is God's revelation. Remember what I told you. This is a test. Correct. My divination has also shown the same conclusion. We will be victorious. Really? If the Revelationist also says so, we will be fine. Let's go together. Yeah. Divination or so-called revelation may all be a lie, but it can inspire the crowd at this very moment. Our hearts are so fragile and sensitive. There's nothing perfect about them, but that's why we need each other and a faith. We need someone to tell us that tomorrow will be better. After the most fierce wave of hetero creature attack, the coastline defense is once again in a stalemate. The only difference is that each move of hetero creature is slowly but surely eroding the humans' battle line. Thanks to the support of the Purifying Force, the Omega weapon defense on the west side can be barely maintained, but the east side, with relatively weaker strength, is on the brink of total collapse. The battle was meant to be a small defensive operation, but before anyone realized, it has turned into a large-scale trench warfare. The beach is totally exposed and lacks cover. Soldiers can only rely on the Omega weapons in front to shield themselves. But when the supplies cannot keep up with the consumption, all the effort will end up in vain. Commandant, only 30% of the Omega weapon defense on the east side is operational. Strikehawk plans to launch a quick assault with the less wounded soldiers of the Purifying Force. Hope we can take back the battle line. No, abandon the east side. Let's fall back. Why, Commandant? If we do that... Chrome pats on Kamui's back and shakes his head. He just stares at the battle-worn Purifying Force soldiers. Even if we take the line back, we may not make it out of here. Besides, we don't have enough hands to redeploy the Omega weapons. Correct. Maybe the only option we have is to let them spread on the land. Holding the battle line may result in a great loss. It is more sensible to keep the strength and wait for an opportunity to strike back. Only there is one more squad. You can attack the hetero creature's flanks when they enter the valley on the coastline. Your terminal suddenly receives some noise. The signal comes from the east side, near Strikehawk. Alright, the interference is gone. All comms back to normal. Harley Joe. I would love to chat with you, Chief, but I'll leave it to Dark Aries to do the talking. They were the first to depart and should not be too far away from you. Dark Aries. Greetings, Commandant. We decided to come first. Commandant Simon was supposed to do the briefing, but he was a little car sick. Lillian's taking care of him. Hope he gets better. Apart from the 4 members of Dark Aries, there is Jata from Scarab, and Commandant Harley Joe from Woodcock, as well as 37 from the Forsaken, including Watanabe. A total of 43 combatants are moving to help with the coastline defense where the Red Tide is. The Forsaken? Watanabe is here too. Great, just in time. You nod to Teddy. She opens a tactical map and locates the coordinates of the east side's breach. Please move to the area between MN6 and MN-8 and intercept the flank of hetero creatures. Alright. Also, help Strikehawk to organize a counterattack if possible. No problem. Still, I need to remind you, based on the calculation of my program, even with the extra dozens of combatants, the Omega weapon defense won't sustain prolonged operation. We have more than that. Are there other helpers? Yes. No one looks behind himself at the horizon with a little eagerness. The sky is full of dark clouds, but he knows that is also where the sun rises. They are here too. Following no one's vision, you look back towards the end of the valley that leads to the coastline. Under the sunlight bordering the dark clouds, you see many moving figures. The leader holds her twisted steel staff. High, following her, many more are charging towards the coastline defense. God has always been guiding us. In the past, He gave us many trials, but also redemption. He kept us alive. We have transcended the trials to prove that we are the chosen ones. Grace points her staff at the endless hetero creatures on the coastline. As enemies now stand before us, this is a fight we must take on, and we shall end it once and for all. Now take your weapons and follow me. The crowd makes a thundering cheer. More refugees have shown up at the end of the vision, rushing towards the coastline wielding all sorts of weapons that they got from the Forsaken. Such is the fury of all the cowards that originated from their fear, and the courage that unites them all together. They may be insignificant, but right now, they have the strength to shake the sky and the sea. Individually, the refugees aren't that strong, but their number can really help the shipment of Omega weapons. It's time to strike back. Right. The victory of this battle, as well as our lives and future. We are all counting on you, Commandant. I shall make decisions with even greater caution. I believe in you. If it's Chief, everything will be alright. What exactly did Simon teach you? All sorts of legends? No one smiles, as if he is saying this as an encouragement. The east side defense has been breached by hetero creatures. Even with Dark Aries and the Forsaken, we won't be able to take it back in a short time. Getting the refugees involved on the surface at this point of time, I'm afraid this will result in many casualties. I see. Is there any other way? Let me try. Rosetta, do you copy? Yes, Commandant. Can you spare us one ship from the ARU? Sure. The storm has calmed a lot, so the pressure we're facing on the sea is significantly reduced. Wait a minute, are you trying to get the refugees to the east via the sea? Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Teddy suddenly stops talking. She thinks again. Actually, no. The hetero creatures may come from the sea, but most of them are moving to the coastline through the bottom. There aren't many of them on the sea surface. Correct. The place that looks the most dangerous often turns out to be the safest. I don't see any problems with that. The ARU will send the fastest ship to pick up the refugees at the port. Still, someone needs to cover them on their way to the port. Commandant, please let me go. Hearing your conversation, Liv walks into the temporary command center. She was treating the wounds of an injured Purifying Force member. I can deal with a small number of hetero creatures myself. Besides, if any of them gets injured, I can provide timely treatment. Liv places a hand on her chest. She looks determined. Unlike the past when she seemed to be forcing herself, the decision she has made now is based on her confidence established from numerous battles. You can trust her unconditionally. Alright, I'll leave it to you. All the best. Sure, I'll do my best. Liv smiles and salutes, then quickly walks out of the command center. The biggest problem now is her. The giant humanoid continues to move closer, slowly but surely. She has the shape of a female human, but also has many obvious traits of a hetero creature. No matter what, you can only maintain the defense and hope the Omega weapons will work to stop her before the coastline. Gestalt. Super artificial intelligence based on global leads. Okay. Don't worry, I'm Liv from Grey Raven. I'll escort you to the eastern positions. Thank you, girl. We'll make ourselves useful. There may be battles on the way, but I'll protect you. Don't worry, our belief is that everyone should protect themselves. I can fight as well. Okay, but don't force yourself. Make sure to let me know if you get hurt.
I can do it. I'll protect everyone.
Ooh. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, we're getting surrounded. Great.
I'll protect everyone. May the stars light your path towards the abyss. I'll do my best. Now perish. I'll do my best. Now perish.
Okay, got those down. It's been a while since I've played this Liv frame, so I'm like, wait, how does she work again? Angry crabs, angry crabs.
I can do it. May the stars light your path towards the abyss. I'll do my best. Now perish.
Okay. We go.
May the stars
Go.
light your path towards the abyss. I'll protect everyone.
Okay. Keep healing them with Liv stuff too, and we're good. Getting foggy. This way, everyone. Where's everyone gone? These illusions. Are the hetero creatures using the punishing virus to affect my frame's sense modules? Problem should be solved if I can defeat all the hetero creatures.
I can do it. I'll protect everyone. I can do it.
Little. I hate that they go like invisible and it's like, oh, oh, you can't damage me anymore. Wow. Is everyone okay? Yeah, everyone's fine. Nobody's hurt. Great. Please stick close to me. The dock is ahead of us. There's a ship waiting for us. Liv, get everyone on the ship. We're about to set off. Got it. Watch out.
I'm fine. I'll protect everyone. May the stars light your path towards the abyss. I'll do my best. Not perish.
Weird
I'm fine.
Tyson. Ugly curse creature.
I'll do my best. Not perish. May the stars
Die.
light your path towards the abyss.
Okay. Whew. Managed to keep everyone alive. Let's go. Two, three, 4, 7, 8. Three, 4, 5, 6. Keep going. Yay. The storm is about to end. Someone is dragging their feet on a secluded beach, slowly coming near. I knew they would be fighting. The scale is pretty large. Vanessa, you're alive. She gazes into the distance. Her eye seems wounded and squints in the day-breaking sunlight. Many hetero creatures are crawling out of the sea, charging towards the people on the coastline. But they seem to be stopped by something invisible and can hardly reach their targets. Are those Omega weapons? Never seen them before, but that person did mention them. He points at the temporary command center in the center of the battle line. That symbol must be Grey Ravens. Not just them. Strike Hawk, Cerberus, Engineering Force, even Dark Ares is here. Can't believe Babylonia has thrown in so many forces. That chief is definitely not holding back, just as always. She knows very well that those forces weren't recruited by the Grey Raven Commandant. They just naturally gathered around that person to fight together. Let's go meet them, Bambinata. Bambinata quickly comes to her, supporting Vanessa's disabled body with her own. Just then, Bambinata suddenly sees a crimson figure who looks completely out of place. Mistress, Bambinata quickly pulls Vanessa behind herself, blocking the hetero creature's attack. T-cell. You really have to block that with your own body. Hearing the young male's voice, the petite Bambinata kicks the hetero creature away and dodges its attack. She returns to Vanessa while remaining alert. Before the hetero creature can growl again, an arrow has pierced its throat and pinned it to a tree trunk. It immediately turns into a pool of crimson liquid. Thank you. Bambinata nods at the young male, then looks back at the female behind her. She is obviously thanking him for saving her mistress, not for helping herself. Teasel. Teasel glances at Vanessa from the corner of his eyes. He tells himself that the terrible scars on her face were only a result of her own wrongdoing. Sending you here is the last mercy I have for you, Vanessa. I know, you've said it so many times. Vanessa smiles, but this time there is no sarcasm in her words, only slight grief. Alright, I've got to go. Wait, there's one last thing. Uh-huh. Diesel. Ooh. 2011. Across the ruined sea. Okay, looks like we're getting close to the end. Might just... Yes! Okay. The sound of downpour is echoing in the deepest part of her memories and mind. Constructs are not bothered by rain. Still, Chico takes out her coat and puts it above their heads, just like what ordinary humans would do. This is so bad. Her friend's complaint has caught Bianca's attention. She looks at the female in front of her. As chilling raindrops fall on her arm, her vision and other senses are slowly restored. She realizes Chico is pulling her as they both are running in the rain. Yes. Also, the ending of that movie was so terrible. Really, I kinda like it. If laws are no longer in force, I shall punish the evil in the name of God. But will such killing violate God's heavenly laws? It was just a movie. Why did it have to make the audience question the meaning of morals and ethics in the end? If the director couldn't find an answer himself, he shouldn't throw the question to us. True. According to that ending, we are probably the first to be punished by the heavenly laws. Ah, you're still talking like this. What? You have stopped in front of the train station. The rail splits into two ways. This era is so absurd that it forces us to kill our most important ones with our own hands. The world needs us, so the rest of humans won't have to suffer what we go through. Chico lets out a familiar, carefree smile. When did Bianca hear these words? Was it also raining on that day? The train has arrived with a sharp squeal, but a war has broken out deep in Bianca's eyes. The peaceful scene is no more. Bianca finds herself holding her bow, standing on the battlefield full of smoke and corpses. A foul, rotten smell has occupied her nasal sensor. The gray sky continues to drizzle. Human blood and construct vital fluid have formed a small puddle at her feet. The sound of raindrops hitting the water resonates like her heartbeat. In front of her is a deformed construct with a face similar to Chico's. She is almost consumed in flames that represent the infection of the punishing virus. The infected construct twists in agony like a tormented soul walking out of the flames of sin. She is completely turned into a monster, still stumbling towards Bianca. I have always been regretting. If only I could be less hesitant and kill my sister on that day. Those people might not have to die. But when I saw her cry, I hesitated. I was never good at letting go. No. Sis. Help me. More corrupted and deserters have walked out of the crimson rain, mumbling words of begging or insult. The voice of these executed lives has ultimately merged and turned into a grievous scream that is repeated over and over again. Live. We want to live. Sorry, my sister. Bianca hears Chico's whisper. Her friend wraps her arm around her from behind and takes her hand, putting a blood-stained gun in her palm. Chico's arm rests next to hers. She points the gun at the deceased. My frailty and hesitation caused irreparable sacrifice and tragedy. To amend my mistake, I had to kill more people who were important. Bianca and Chico's memories and silhouettes have blended together. They swing the sword towards those who were once their comrades. In the end, we both chose the same path. The blade slices through the air, splashing some liquid on Bianca's cheek. It is not blood, but a murky fluid with a strong, pungent odor of machine oil. A member of the purifying force lies before Bianca. She feels like she has returned to that snowfield many years ago, when she killed the father. White mist has blurred her vision. Chilling wind blows her breath away. She puts down the gun, taking heavy, deep breaths. Through the snowstorm, she can see many corpses nearby. Some of them belong to corrupted. Some belong to her comrades who were killed before they were completely infected by the punishing virus. My family, friends, and comrades. I've been walking over their dead bodies. Bianca Chico gazes down at the bodies on the snow. When I first heard about Bianca's story, I was actually thinking, if only I could be as cruel as you when I face a similar situation. The body on the snow staggers to its feet and raises its head, with its face constantly changing. Some faces come from Bianca's memory, some from Chico's. Before I realized, I had already stepped on a journey of no return. No matter which side I chose, I would fail the other. I could only continue forward carefully, with a guilty feeling. But this guilt was too heavy for me to carry. Where emotions could rule over rational judgment. Ever since that, I chose the easiest way to live. I treated everything with zero emotion to maximize the result. Without humanity, life no longer felt painful. Warm liquid continues to roll down her face. Bianca Chico touches it and realizes it is not blood, but a transparent fluid. It has been too long since she had a human body. She has almost forgotten the feeling of tears. Humanity. Another Purifying Force member is questioning. Do you think such a thing exists in such a world? You still hold such a naive thought. As the captain of the Purifying Force, you're only going to make others believe that the battles are worth fighting. Having such unnecessary morals will only make them die in vain. It's true that many have died on the battlefield, but wars are still fought by humans, and there are always some values we must uphold. Without bottom lines, the cruelty of wars will only continue to increase. You're trying to find goodness in hell, but will never change the nature of war. The world is composed of multiple distinct dimensions of values. Different dimensions cannot simply replace one another. When human society is in chaos, the importance of many values becomes even more significant. Only your theories can stop the war. The tone of the soldier is no longer filled with anger, but rather exhaustion. He casts one last glance at Bianca. Instead of continuing the argument, he just slams the door and leaves. What about you, Bianca? Do you also think I'll make a better leader of the Purifying Force? Chico shows up on a bench in the Purifying Force's lounge. She quietly looks at Bianca. Everyone acknowledges your strength and your decisive style. They just admire the strong, but my strength came from the fact that I was willing to sacrifice everything. Killing is evil. Each time I made a decision to kill, darkness haunted me. But you'll never see yourself as innocent. You won't conveniently blame the punishing virus or the wrongdoings in this world. You understand your sins very well. Knowing that you are on a way to hell, you still can't help to respond to the voices asking for help. After you respond to them, you can still execute them when you know they are beyond redemption, and you carry on with this guilt. Is this what they say in the movie? We are all alerted about the evil ones. There is another evil that we must beware. It is the indifference of the kind-hearted. Is that a Boondock Saints reference? Bianca, your rare, precious mind will never be corrupted by the outside world. That's what I envy most about, for I myself am always indifferent. Train has arrived at the station. Chico gently tidies up her hair near Bianca's ears. Sorry for saying so much. I couldn't help it. Chico. Still, it's nice to talk to you like this in the end. Bianca looks back into Chico's eyes and sees her own silhouette. The original look of this frame is actually the witch side of her. There are more emotions in Chico's eyes that Bianca finds somewhat familiar. She saw them on that snowfield many years ago. Her pain, her struggle, her wish, her longing. Chico didn't say anything else. She stepped on the unnamed train and waved goodbye to Bianca, just like a friend saying, "See you tomorrow." It was just another ordinary day. After missions, the always serious Chico would return to the Purifying Forces lounge and smile to Bianca. They will then have a simple chat in the lounge. Occasionally, they would watch a movie in the Golden Age together during their vacation. Bianca wakes up from the dream of farewell. The deviation of her mind has temporarily stabilized. She opens her eyes and realizes the restart process of her frame has completed. She finds herself in an undamaged corner of the aquarium with some red tide remaining around. There's still some warmth left on her cheek. Next to her is a pair of earrings that once belonged to Chico, telling her that she has been here. Bianca has no time for anything else. She quickly holds the Phantom Tracer up, trying to look for traces of the past. The petite girl silently gazes at the hetero-humanoid curled up amidst the red tide. This terrifying creature was significantly wounded during the tragic battle it fought with Liv. Now only the female hetero creature is barely surviving. It is immersed in the red tide like a fetus floating in the amniotic fluid. Only the remains of the hetero-humanoid were retrieved. Even after the red tide had repaired them, there is only an empty shell left. But that's okay. It's enough as an experiment subject. If this project can work, many who are unable to become constructs can still embrace a more complete rebirth. So will your mother, Cinderleak. Thank you, Lithos. Come now, Grace. Is this it? Correct. If you want to get rid of that body incompatible with constructs to live a new life, you should merge yourself with her. But will I still be myself? Of course. I promise. You promise? No, you're lying. Do you think you have another option? You're exhausted, Grace. The never-ending escape, the red tide and corrupted. You fear death, yet you don't know when it will arrive. You're willing to believe in anything just to survive, be it God or the weapon in your hand, isn't that right? You lied to many people and made them come here. You knew it well long ago. You can revive in her body. Your words, divination, and identity will all be verified. You no longer need to fear the punishing virus either. Isn't that good? Come, Grace. This is an obstacle you must overcome to bid farewell to your long-lasting fear. Fine. Just when Grace takes a step forward towards her ending, the closed doors slammed open. An Ascendant! And a human! More Purifying Force soldiers swarm in and surround the two. Holding their weapons, they are all alerted and dare not go any closer. What are you doing? Out of the way, do you want to get killed by this Ascendant? But she said, that's Lithos the Swindler. Are you really going to trust his words? Run while you are still alive. Lithos remains calm. He turns to the fully armed Purifying Force soldiers. This is the hetero-humanoid, but you brought it here. Are you trying to run another dirty experiment with it? Chico sneers with a furrowed brow. She exchanges a look with Norris. The latter immediately understands her instruction. Kill Lithos and eliminate all possible means for the hetero-humanoid to revive. Dirty experiment. Chico's words seem to have touched on a forbidden topic. Lithos rises to his feet from the execution chair, and everyone can feel his invisible rage. The ground underneath begins to tremble, as if some sort of waves are surging towards them. Compared with what those people did, I'm far from being dirty or a swindler. Yet you are taking their side and fighting to protect them. What are you talking about? Kugawa Kurono. Daedalus. Don't worry, I have no interest in fighting for revenge. However, since you described this project as dirty, I shall make you experience this dirty in person. Although it's not even half as horrible as what they did. Prepare for battle. You gotta watch what you say. The battle has ended. Most Purifying Force soldiers have been devoured by the hetero creatures that came from the deep sea, leaving no remains. Enough. Kill me now if you want to. Chico was seriously wounded in the battle. Entangled by a fish-like hetero creature, she ceases struggling but gives Lithos a cold stare without any fear. You aren't waiting for me to beg for mercy, are you? I know Ascendants all have their weird hobbies. I don't have any of the weird hobbies you mentioned. I hate to see you suffer, even if you are my enemy. Come, I'll give you a new life right now. What are you doing? Don't be scared. It'll be a happy dream. Despite finally revealing a glimpse of the emotional vulnerability, Chico fails to elicit even a hint of sympathy from the Ascendant. Perhaps Lithos believes what he is doing is already an action of sympathy. That human has fled. He shall help me complete this experiment. He manipulates Chico, pressing her against the fetus-like humanoid. Now, pray. If this project succeeds, your life will be carried by a higher life form. May you be blessed. The flashback comes to an abrupt stop, freezing at the moment that Chico melts into a hetero-humanoid. What was the look on her face? Was she in fear or determined as always? Perhaps she was a little unwilling to go. Bianca does not know. The illusion of Chico has been rewound to the moment Bianca first stepped in, staring at her in silence. Finally figured out everything. Bianca knows this place is where Chico was lost, also where the hetero-humanoid, now with Chico's mind inside, saved her. She hugs Chico's illusion. It disappears in her arms as if it had been waiting for this very moment all along. Behind the illusion is the large glass wall of the aquarium. Bianca sees her own reflection in it. Punishing virus has eroded and peeled off the coating of stigmata, revealing another look of her, a witch holding a sword staff. Considering that a familiar appearance can help stabilize the mind, we made this coating in response to the short production time of the frame. Bianca rubs the hair around her ears. First time she met Chico, she also helped her do the same. Now you finally look like the captain of the purifying force, she said. Bianca ties up her long hair and puts on the earrings Chico left her. She wipes out the bloodstain around her mouth, cleans her coating, and waves goodbye to where Chico's illusion was standing. My existence has never changed. That's why I still cannot laugh at you. Sorry, Chico. Bianca closes her eyes, recalling all the memories and emotions that Chico passed to her. But I will accept the changes within myself. When Bianca opens her eyes again, there is only resolution in them. She has accepted everything of herself and revived in the darkness as a witch. She picks up the weapon born in the darkness and leaves the aquarium that is about to collapse, heading towards the light on the ocean surface. Okay. The red tide is here already. I have to leave now. These hetero creatures are blocking my path in an orderly way as if someone is controlling them. Lithos, is that you? Bianca, where are you going? Bianca, it's cold here. Is this what death feels like? I feel so upset. Boys, no, I can't stay here. Finally, the real deal. But you won't stop me like this. Ooh. Rest in peace, everyone. I will move on. With the weight of life. It's a crimson sea. The girl with gray long hair sits quietly next to the window, gazing into the galaxy outside. To the people living on the Earth, an incredibly long time has passed. The battles fought against despair had turned into history, and history turned into legends. The legends were carved in the civilization's legacy, which eventually became fairy tales that parents told their children. But to them, this is just a short break before entering the next warp. Time and distance have expanded infinitely, following the spaceship's trail in the cosmic dust. Each step it ventures forward, it leaves hundreds and thousands of years behind. DeLorean Discovery continues to sail among the stars. The girl's main consciousness is located in the center of the ship, but she still occasionally separates a trivial section of her computing power and projects it into this library as a hologram. Mechanoids rarely visit here. The simulated gravity is constantly kept at 9.8 meters per second squared. Not even dust has changed its position. Not long ago, a girl's consciousness had crossed time and space to visit. They chatted for a long time, and she finally got her answer. She continued her journey towards the destined future, unwavering. That is why they all arrive here eventually. Now the library is quiet again. The girl is still sitting next to the window. In her eyes is the reflection of a planet on the border of the galaxy. Its surface is always occupied by never-ending crimson tides that make it look like a burning planet when looked from afar. This is but an ordinary planet on the spaceship's path. No lives of any form can survive here. The answer that machines have been looking for cannot be found here. Still, its color makes the girl feel nostalgic. She remembers the future that she saw through Gestalt's calculation a long time ago. Captain Bianca from the Purifying Force became a witch after picking up a weapon made with the punishing virus. She eventually sank with the fort into the depths of a contaminated ocean. A young man in a black outfit looks abnormally calm, as if the tragic war was only an absurd dream in a distant world. I am the vice captain of the Purifying Force. Captain Bianca has gone missing during the search mission. For Scarlet Revelation, I will take over and continue the mission. Female construct that has never been witnessed before stands by the seaside. The seawater splashes her ankles. There is already a hint of red color inside. Along with the seawater, a survived construct also grabs Chico's ankle. Its body can hardly be recognized. The broken vocal module is mumbling some incomprehensible words. Help, squelch, yetch. Chico's not even looked away. She just pierces through the broken humanoid's power core in silence. The water surges. Her vision is blurred by a viscous red. Something has dissolved within the red and turned into thousands of corrupted, reshaping their hosts and the red tide projections. A tall, skeletal humanoid walks out of the sea. A broken lamp falls off her waist, only to be trampled by the hetero-consciousness hosts that swarm the beach. Witch. It's a witch, she hears humans screaming amongst the mixed wailing and blunt noises of flesh being torn apart. The signals of lives displayed in her terminal are rapidly disappearing. Nobody can stop her, as they are no match for her. Chico looks up at the giant shadow as it walks over the waves, gradually engulfing her. I have never thought that you would come to me in this form. Something is struggling in her eyes, but it soon dies off. Bluish lips draw a ghostly smile. The crimson tears roll down the corner of her eyes. When I die, I don't want to see your tears, Captain. Are you laughing at me? Nobody could answer. She raises her hands. Sharp fingertips sway past Chico's face and suddenly strangle her neck. Chico feels her feet are off the ground. Not everybody can take the lives of their closest friends. The number of life signals in her terminal has dropped to a single digit. Chico hears the sound of her neck breaking. She also smiles, closing her eyes and letting go of her hands. Vital fluid squirts out, falling into the dark seawater with her weapon. Scarlet beams are shooting into the sky. A young man stands on the bridge of Babylonia looking at the constructs around him. The dark muzzles of guns are pointing at his heart from all directions. Sorry, it's all too late. He also raises his gun. This is my final farewell. Nanami. A gentle female voice pulls her back from memories. It is one of the commonly used voices of Discovery's AI administrator. Huh? We have begun to approach the target wormhole. The next warp is expected to commence in 40 minutes. The hologram of a white-haired female appears next to Nanami, with a hint of concern in her light golden eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. Some memories just came to me. She raises her hand to open a light screen. It displays a document tagged with Copperfield Aquarium Campaign. Unlike the calculated ending, the reality went another path. After Bianca was injured, Chico took over and headed to the bottom of the sea first. In this document, there are unnoticeable signs of adjustments and amendments regarding the allocations of their duties. What had happened to alter the inevitable disaster that took place in the calculation? Inadvertently, she glances at a photo of a lamp in the document. Finally figuring it out, she casts away the light screen and opens a new time-space map, then enters a set of coordinates. The light spot runs along the information tree, finally stopping at the marked location. Ikma. Can you help me pack up file number 2143 and make it ready for 4-dimensional communication? There's something I'd like to send it to the Earth. Understood. Are you sure this is what you want to send? Slightly uncertain, the AI asked Nanami after extracting the information she wanted. The humans on the Earth have already mastered all the related technologies. This information is already outdated to them. You're right. The girl points at the time-space coordinates on the display. I'm sending it here. But mankind didn't have the ability to receive 4-dimensional communications at that point in time. Besides, I know. With a delighted smile, the girl puts one finger next to her lips. That brief moment is their only chance. With the Phantom Tracer and lots of hetero creatures, as long as there is a fragment that has the 4-dimensional feature, it can become the vessel for this information. Besides, they have to look for the door themselves. I'm only sending a fragment of the key. Understood. Seeing the girl smile, the AI's expression has also softened. The information has been encapsulated. Time-space coordinates locked. It will be sent out during Discovery's wormhole warp. The engine is about to start. We should go to the control room. Alright. She turns off the time-space map and rises to her feet, preparing to send all computing power back to the control center. The light screen is set to standby, displaying a slow-spinning illusion of a blue planet amidst the brilliant stars. She takes one last look at the blue planet. Discovery has crossed numerous spiral arms of galaxies. She has been to many radiant stars and witnessed so many majestic views, but none of the planets can match its beauty. This is my gift to them. The future. She speaks softly as her illusion gradually disappears. The library is once again empty. The shooting star carrying the information will travel back in time heading to its destination. Oh, so we are really close to the end. Okay. 2012. Lithos. An inexplicable, ominous scent of death is lingering in the air. The putrid odor of rotten flesh has already begun to spread with the wind. In the beginning, there were only a few monsters. But as the sea surface continues to surge, more have returned from death, crazier than ever. The sky is a bloody red. People have forgotten who they are and where they come from. The only thought in their mind is to hold the crimson monsters off at all costs. Once they enter the land, they will slaughter everything in sight. The coast is covered in bodies and injured soldiers. Even you have blood all over the body. A silhouette suddenly shows up on the sea. What's that? More task force members look in the direction that you are staring at. Someone begins to shout. An ascendant! Shish, unknown construct sighted. Everyone, stay alert. Your commandant issues an order with a trembling voice. The unknown female construct has a frightening black aura around herself. Other constructs all look at her in fear and point their weapons towards her, as if she can easily slice everyone's throat with a simple gesture. A heavy barrage lands in front of you, blowing up a hetero creature charging towards you. When the dust settles, you see Karenina rushing over from behind. She shovels her weapon into the ground and wipes off the vital fluid around her mouth, gazing at the figure on the sea. All of you, stop! That's Bianca! The unknown female walks close. With a dark-colored frame, she is holding a sword staff in her hand. Crimson seawater boils around her, making her look like a witch walking out of the underworld. Although she looks completely different from Bianca before she went missing, you still recognize the sword staff and the lamp on her waist, let alone her familiar stance. Listen to Karenina. Stop attacking. That frame. Charlie Joe did not hesitate too much after hearing your order. He quickly gestures for his members to stop attacking. Commandant, after finishing off the monsters, Lucia comes to you with concern in her eyes. Bianca is back. That stance and feel. It must be her. Can't be wrong. Yes. Great news. Bianca. She kept us waiting for so long. Grey Raven members gather around you and look at the sea. It's Captain. She's back. Bianca. Is that really Bianca? It is Bianca. She's back alive. The message quickly spreads in the crowd as more soldiers shout out Bianca's name. The exhilarating battle sees the first glimmer of dawn. Great. Finally, there is hope. Wait, what are you doing? Hold it there. Let him fall back now. I think I'm also done. Rookie. Protect our commandant. Hey, what are you talking about? The commandant grabs the falling construct. The last remaining construct in his squad dashes forward at the same time, pulling his senior back from the brink of death. When looking around, this is everything you see. The exhausted soldiers, terrifying wounds, blood and vital fluid, all mixed together. The casualties are devastating. According to the teachings of Foss, this level of loss, a commandant can only organize a retreat to preserve as many lives as the situation permits before the troops fall into complete disorder. When the battle reaches a stalemate, field commandants must make a quick decision. In particular, they must make necessary arrangements if the troops need to be evacuated and regrouped. Given the situation, regrouping seems to be the most correct option. Are you really going to leave like this? To retreat is to take your blade back temporarily. Don't wait until your blade is shattered. It will be too late then. Do we still have a way out? How much time do we have left? Greed and hesitation are the most deadly poisons on the battlefield. Indeed, without a doubt, everybody on this battlefield is craving for mankind's victory. The victory of humans. Facing the enormous pressure to make a decision, you close your eyes hard. Commandant, you hear a familiar voice when the majestic view ahead floods into your vision. It is a long sword, raised high amidst the lightning and thunder. It is so terrifying. The serrated edges look like sharp fangs that were born for slaughter, silently roaring into the fierce storm. Yet, it is so determined. The sharp outline points directly to the sky above, revealing its edge in the tumbling darkness without hesitation. With this sword, she stands in the storm, unyielding and fearless. When she turns around, you see the same pure, clear eyes that you saw in the past. You know what she means. So do the Grey Raven members. Everybody is craving for mankind's victory. And that is why the operation will continue. Hearing your expected response, the crowd bursts into a thunderous cheer. Have you all heard of the Grey Raven Commandant? I'm not gonna ask you to retreat this time. I've been holding it for too long. Time for some real action. Out of my way, dynamite's coming. Don't just go in by yourself. Hurry, follow her. With Bianca's return, the concealed blades are finally unsheathed. From this moment onward, there's no holding back. The refugees restock their ammunition for the last time, filling up every pocket with explosives. Constructs no longer follow the basic tactics that prioritize the preservation of energy. They're going all out. A monster is blown into the air next to Teddy, raining dirt on her. Damn it, what was that? Oops, sorry, that thing was getting too close. I thought you didn't notice it. Not far away, the monster's broken remains fall from the sky. The metal patch attached to its ankle detonates again, blowing up all the monsters nearby. Teddy fiddles the remote control in her hand, seemingly unimpressed with the result. She's probably thinking of how to maximize the damage. Rosetta's spear is shining with sparks. She has activated full thrust and turned into an unstoppable knight, scattering away a large pack of monsters. The refugees may be unable to tackle a large group of monsters, but when they are separated... Bang bang. Come closer, don't be shy. Hurry, the hunter just knocked out another. Let's finish it off before it recovers. Go. My gun jammed again. I can't get the bullet out. The refugee tosses away the jammed gun. He reaches into his sheath and realizes it is empty. He then takes a look at the refugee in front. Give me your axe, mate. Take it yourself. Ouch, don't take my pants. Oops, sorry. Damn it, we don't have time for this. Hurry up, I'll hold its claw. After a round of gunshots, the monster is completely eliminated. Before they can cheer, another monster has appeared, charging towards the unprepared refugees. Bang. Bullet shoots through the monster's head, sending its body fluid everywhere. The monster immediately turns silent, falling to the ground. 17. An empty shell casing drops next to his arm. Its shiny surface reflects a ferocious mouth coming close. Before it can approach him, a scythe gets in the way, smashing the fangs in the mouth into pieces. Phew, that was close. Forsaken Sniper thanks her while ejecting another shell casing. He continues to mumble. 18. Just stop counting. Do you have time to pass me the new machine gun barrel? I've got way too many things to do. Is this okay? Wanchi adjusts the device in his hand, unleashing a cold gas to immediately cool down the red-hot barrel. Lucia defeats every incoming monster on the front line. When she tries to reposition, a half-dead monster pushes its broken arm to pounce at her. Clang. In the blink of an eye, a banner spear has not only blocked its attack, but also sent it into the air along with another monster. He quickly aims at the monsters in midair as they are unable to dodge his bullets, eliminating them as fast as he can. They look into each other's eyes, not to show their determination, but only to confirm their positions. Words are unnecessary at this point in time. All they can do is keep fighting and embrace the victory. This is their final strength. Will it last only a fleeting moment, or turn the tide altogether? The will of every individual has combined together. How pathetic, Chico. The people you wanted to protect have now united and turned against you. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. This very sea that you were born from. Lithos curls into his execution chair and dives underwater. He rapidly swims towards the weakest part of the human's defense. Hopefully, this nightmare won't last long. Just when Lithos is about to reach the shore, a sword slashes down towards him. However, Lithos' movement suddenly becomes extremely peculiar, dodging the incoming attack from an impossible angle. He rises to the surface and sees Bianca holding a sword pointed directly at him. We must find out the real culprit before our strength is exhausted. We will reduce the defense force on the east side. If the culprit is behind the attacks, it will definitely target there. That's why I need to rely on you to take care of the east side, Bianca. Bianca recalls the Commandant's words with a smile of confidence. Not only because the tactics work, but also because the efforts of everyone behind her were not wasted. She vows to bring victory for all the warriors, as well as the fallen souls. The victory for all humans. The character who shares a voice actor with Saber, wielding a sword, and is going to promise victory, huh?
友達を殺すの
You want to eliminate Chico.
ダメだよ。
You shouldn't hold your weapon against your friend.
彼女の泣き声が聞こえ
Didn't
な
you
いの。
hear her calling for help?
Time is running out.
Missed the QTE. Well then.
Evil will not be tolerated. Resistance is... Behold, the final
Go.
light. Judgment. Judgment.
Go.
The end of this nightmare. Time is running out.
Oh.
Resistance is futile. Behold,
Go. Switch again.
extermination. The end of this
I
nightmare.
kind of walked into that damage there.
Evil will not be tolerated. Too late to... Behold, the final light.
There we go. Oh, part 2.
The end of this nightmare. Time is running out. It's too late to confess. Behold, the
I am not doing very good. I'm getting hit a lot here.
half adversary.
Like, I am not doing that good actually on this second phase. Oh, Jesus.
Resistance is futile. Too late to confess. Behold, the final light. There. The end of this nightmare. Too late to confess. Evil will not be tolerated. Behold, the final light.
Okay, here we go with that. And then we...
End of this nightmare. Tough adversary. Evil will behold the final light.
Thank God this boss is countered. Or I can counter. Oop. I got command grabbed.
The end of this nightmare. Resistance is futile. Too late to behold
Okay.
the final light. Faith
Ah,
will never
dang it.
perish. The
Gonna have to reset. Oh.
too late to confess. Resistance behold
Let's go, let's go.
light. Extermination. The end of this nightmare. Resistance is futile. Too late to confess. Behold, the final light. Tough adversary.
Come on. Die.
The end of this nightmare.
I missed.
Too late to confess. Evil will not be tolerated. Resistance. Behold, the final light.
Final light. End it with that. Let's go. Oh. Pierce through the heart. And I'm getting no audio. Is there supposed to be no audio? Because I'm getting no audio. Uh, I guess there was supposed to be no music. No victory, just a... Okay, here we go. Most likely the last thing, but actually, I'm going to take a real quick break before we hit this last part. Real quick, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just needed to use the bathroom and get another coffee. So, all right, chapter 20. Time to say goodbye. When the lifeless lithos falls to the sea surface, a lot of corrupted suddenly show up in the water, stopping Bianca from retrieving Lithos's frame. At the same time, the Omega weapons are running at their maximum power in the entire battle. The red tide that once spread the entire sea surface has been properly contained. Sieged by humans, the giant hetero-humanoid on the sea surface is also showing signs of fatigue. Running out of Omega weapons, somebody give that thing a final blow. Karenina rants furiously. Leave it to me, Karenina. Bianca replies after returning from the battle on the ocean surface. Bianca, are you hurt? We're lost at the bottom of the sea for days. What happened? The young male, soaked in rain and vital fluid, walks forward with the remaining Purifying Force members behind. He nods at Bianca. Captain, I knew you'd be fine. You are strong. Don't worry, I'm fine. Bianca looks around at the remaining members of the Purifying Force, who had suffered a substantial loss after engaging in battles with hetero creatures for days. This young kid is still quite new, but he was forced to take up the role of the temporary captain. Bianca grabs her sword staff as she gazes at the giant humanoid in front. Its distorted body has almost inflated to the height of a building. What is that giant humanoid? The Ascendant has blended Chico's consciousness with the hetero-humanoid's body. In other words, she also forms part of that monster. Chico. She was the vice captain of the Purifying Force team lost at the bottom of the sea. Yes, she protected me after Copperfield Aquarium collapsed. Are you talking about that hetero-humanoid on the sea? Chico fought to the last moment before she was killed by the Ascendant. With unprecedented might, Bianca gazes at all the Purifying Force members as they gather around in awe. They have never respected and feared their captain as much. Vonnegut used Chico as part of his hetero-humanoid experiment. She was not simply consumed by that monster. Her mind still lives within. You want to eliminate Chico. You shouldn't hold your weapon against your friend. Didn't you hear her calling for help? Her consciousness was crumbled into pieces. She could only express her will in a fragmented manner. Still, her remaining consciousness had been trying to protect us. That ever-expanding monster is Vice Captain Chico. She has been devouring the hetero creatures that spawned in the sea. Or has she been devouring the hetero creatures that spawned in the sea to buy more time for humans? I don't know. Perhaps it was just the instinct of the hetero-humanoid during its evolution, but I prefer to believe that she is helping us. Like I said, her shattered consciousness still lives in that monster. It feels more like she is struggling to end her life now. Are you saying that monster is actually helping us? Whether she is intentional or not, we are benefiting from the fact that she is devouring the punishing virus and hetero creatures. Bianca's terminal has received a comms request. It is a message from Babylonia. She frowns when she sees the name of the sender. Stigmata, have you finally made up your mind to become a witch? Maybe just like what you said, witch forms part of me. It is just a necessary chain of my life. But it doesn't mean I will be constricted by its identity. This sword is here to prove my determination. Ha. Go for it then. We're also very interested in the subject's own preference. I asked the Science Council to develop the frame exclusively for you. Take it as a gift. I'll be looking at you. Vesalius hangs up abruptly. Teddy starts to dig through the files of devices in the camp as if she had recalled something. Right. Bianca, before the engineering force came to the surface, the Science Council asked us to bring your equipment. That woman said you would definitely make use of it. When was that? I was not aware of it. She was probably concerned that your violence might break it, given it was highly complicated. Teddy locates the container she was asked to bring along. To her surprise, there's a man in a white shirt curled up inside. Ah! Ah! The screaming inside the container has also shocked Karenina when she tries to open it. Yarha, why are you here? He's a scientist working for Kurono. Back in the lunar base, he spent some time with the engineering force duo and helped them. You almost scared me to death. I thought the corrupted had pried open this container. It only takes Teddy a few seconds to figure out why. Ah, I get it. That woman must be your boss. She must be punishing you for helping us out in the lunar base earlier. She said since you broke the 0-point engine, you should serve as a shock absorber to protect this gift, so... Looks like Yarha's date of the 0-point engine saved his life. Otherwise, considering Kurono's way of doing things, the man named Yarha would have disappeared from the world. So where is this gift she mentioned? Yarha nods and takes out a machine. Is this a cub? It has been configured to fit Bianca's stigmata. Yep, when expanded, the cub can let stigmata ride on it to achieve high-speed maneuver on water, surface, and low-altitude airspace. Now I can get closer to Chico. Commandant, let us engage in a deep mind connection. Chico's final wish was to let me end her suffering. That wish is also mine. I promised her. You look into Bianca's genuine eyes. Her emotion is so strong that you cannot turn her down. You then look back at the other Grey Raven members. Liv has a serious look on her face. Lee also presses his lips together. You can tell he is not objecting. Lucia just nods to you in all seriousness. Science Council used the tissues of the hetero hive mother to develop this device. I must admit, Bianca's new frame is more powerful than most of the constructs here. I will cover you with the rest of us. Don't worry, Bianca. Commandant, I will constantly monitor your status to ensure the stability of the deep connection. Nobody knows Vice Captain better than you, Captain. Still, you must be careful. Damn it, we are sending you alone once again, Bianca. I'm not fighting alone. I have everyone on the coastline behind my back. Looks like you figured out what to do. Time to give an order. Yes, we're all ready. Godspeed, Captain. Captain? Bianca looks at Palma and nods with her smile. Her smile looks nothing different from the past. The look of her frame no longer matters. For everyone understands it clearly at this moment that Bianca is still Bianca, or rather, she is more determined than ever. Almost 3.5 hours of talking is starting to get to my voice. Let's roll. All combatants, get into position. Over Bianca. Alright, Teddy, let's go. Karenina screams at her terminal. Make sure you come back safe and sound, Bianca. I haven't even had a proper look at your new frame. I will. She used to stop Chico from taking her own life. This time, she will help her do it. That was a tonal whiplash. Okay. Oh, because it was the female looking twin, that's why it has the weird hair thing. Oh, Jesus. Chico, I believe you would do the same if you were me. Wait for me. I'll be right there. The red tide is still gathering. Come, join us, and enter the happy dream. I didn't turn into the red tide voluntarily. The disaster and lie created by the Ascendants must end here. I gotta. The heck is this?
あなたを探している。あなたを探している。
I'm looking for you. Wee. Party too hard. Got a little too silly on that one. Help me. Kill me. My friend. The only one who understands me. The only one who knows my weaknesses. Together, we will destroy this despairing world. Restore this devastated world.
どっちが本音なのか
You know which one is her true wish?
知っている？
I know.
知っていますとも。これは全部彼女の
These are her wishes.
こんなになっても残された意識で私たちを守ってくれている。
Ah. I completely missed that. There we go. Find and touch the water surging ruins. Okay. Nice little gimmick fight. This is kind of fun. Whee! Dang it. Way too late on that. Flip around, hit there. Whee! Ah, hit. Oh! I had to dang it, yeah. Whee! Okay. Yeah, dodge that. Ah. Did not dodge that. Here we go. This should be the last one. Yep. What's going on with the big thing?
Bianca.
Bianca. This is... Hey, can you hear me, Bianca? That humanoid started to absorb the red tide at a higher speed from just now. The generation of the red tide has slowed down. The Omega weapons are working. You have set all the devices to run at full capacity. It won't last long, but should be enough to lower your burden. We're counting on you, Bianca. This is the time. I will fulfill the promise with everyone's help. Behold, final light. Now, if this isn't one amazing illustration, Jesus. After calling Bianca for one last time, Chico fell in the sea. She didn't sink to the bottom, but turned into numerous punishing virus particles that gradually disappeared in the air. Bianca reaches out, but cannot hold anything. The sea breeze seems to have brought Chico's unfinished words. Help me. Kill me. Don't go. Farewell. Is this what Chico was longing for? She must be fearing the loss of life at her final moment. The fear is the source of many emotions. It drives people forward. Humans are perfect because they are imperfect. The courage to live on comes from facing our weaknesses, not from denying or alienating them. Like Chico said, Bianca knew she was beyond redemption, but she put an end to her suffering and carried on with this guilt. Chico, will carry the weight of your life and continue moving forward. A core fragment drops from Chico's remaining body, as if she has heard Bianca's response. The fragment actively lets Bianca's lamp absorb itself. There seems to be a connection between them. Karenina has come from the coastline defense. After confirming Bianca is safe, she turns to the fragment with suspicion. I hope it's not sort of ascendant secret weapon. It almost feels like a loot that dropped from the boss. Kamui, stop thinking of your games. We still need to clear up the battlefield. After killing a hetero creature trying to crawl to the shore, one she also follows over. The tide of hetero creatures has mostly withdrawn. After the hetero humanoid was defeated, the suppression of Omega weapons also began to intensify. Everyone is gathered near the shore, watching the surreal view. Finally, it's all over now. Bianca, Chico, Commandant, do you think Chico had her redemption in the end? Nothing can save the hearts of people on a battlefield. True. The human heart is the last thing that can be saved in a war. Still, I believe that Chico's soul After so much suffering, she was saved by Bianca. I don't know what happened exactly at the bottom of the sea, but I can tell that she's doing something similar. Just like you did. Indeed. I too believe Bianca must have kept the promise between her and Chico. Yep. Just like Grey Raven always delivers our promises. Of course. What's that look, Lee? Lee looks away as if he does not want others to see his expression. Nothing. Just some commandant being sentimental again. In what way? Lee does feel a little weird. Recently, he's been working on the adaptation of a new frame in the Science Council. Even other Grey Raven members did not get to see him that often. But now is not the time to ask. Speaking of it, this is the first time that Grey Raven is on a mission together after that. I'm glad you still remember we're on a mission. Let's go up the battlefield first. Liv looks at Lee and you, finally realizing something is a little odd. Sure, I agree with both Commandant and Lee. I'm just so happy that we get to fight together and win the battle again. Grey Raven will get rid of the rest of the hetero creatures on the west side. You see, he is just as forthright as always. What's the matter? Nothing. Commandant, everyone, let's keep fighting together. Did someone just tell a joke that I don't get? No, but we haven't been together like this for a long time. I'm so glad, Lucia. Yeah. This grand battle is about to come to an end with the setting sun. Lee stands on the war-torn shore, gazing up at where the hetero-humanoid disappeared with a deep frown. All the hints at Lee's frame, which should be, if I'm not mistaken, either the next patch or the one after this, where it should be his hyper-real. That's where things start going real crazy. 20-14. Key of the future. This gift will be the key to the future. The remaining cleanup work progressed smoothly. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of all teams, the remnants of hetero creatures on the west side were soon wiped out completely. You reported the casualties and loss of equipment to Babylonia and were told the shuttle had already departed. Liv stayed in the west to perform emergency treatment on the wounded soldiers. Lee and Lucia went in other directions to continue searching for survivors. Meanwhile, you were staying in the command center to help the seriously wounded construct stabilize their mind. Thanks. I feel much better now. Has anyone seen Bianca? Captain? She was headed that way. The Purifying Force soldiers points at the breakwater. You find Bianca by the seaside. Along with the clearing battle smoke, the heavy clouds hanging overhead are gradually receding, as if they are declaring the end of the battle. The setting sun shines through the clouds, leaving a gentle hue of colors in the distant sky above the sea. She sits on the edge of the breakwater, gazing at the distant sky absent-mindedly. You walk next to her to look at the vast sea together. This isn't a nice live 2D frame. Is it live 2D? I think it's live 2D that they use for these, right? I think so. Commandant. It's over. Yeah. It's all over. It looks back at you and nods. Well, at least for moving the... This is probably live 2D. These are most likely just After Effects that they add in. To add in the effect of water moving. You can just add that in as a looping video to this, then looping afterwards, I guess. It looks back at you and nods. I guess we will witness many more losses and farewells like this one in the future. She whispers softly in a complicated tone. There is no confusion in it. I think so. But we will carry on with their wills. You're absolutely right, Commandant. The blonde female stands in the wind, reminding you of the construct pulling her bow against the giant heterozygote long ago. Veritas and Stigmata look so different. Bianca, you found her, but have you also found yourself? Bianca looks a little surprised initially, but soon understands the meaning behind the inquiry. She nods, raising her hand to gently tuck a strand of hair that dances in the sea breeze. The earring that once belonged to Chico are glimmering at her fingertips. You look a lot more determined. I am. Bianca makes the first pure, genuine smile that you have seen ever since you started doing missions together. You reply with another smile. Both of you just sit side by side, quietly watching the sea getting peaceful again in the sunset. A few seagulls slide past, screeching in the wind. Moments later, you hear a few calls from afar. When you look over, you notice some Purifying Force members waving in your direction. At the same time, the terminal receives a signal that the shuttle is about to arrive. Time to go back. All right. Bianca turns back for one last time, holding her sword horizontally in front of her chest. She closes her eyes, facing the direction where the hetero-humanoid disappeared. Is she praying? No. It looks more like a silent farewell, or a devout oath. The phantom tracer on Bianca's waist makes a brief hum as if it has sensed some sort of connection. A fragment-like object is flickering in the center of the lamp. What's this? I fell off her and was absorbed by the phantom tracer. I have a feeling that this is very important. After returning to Babylonia, I will submit it along with the mission report. Let the Science Council analyze it. E-02, Babylonia, Science Council. Frame adjustment completed. All parameters normal. Bianca walks out of the training room. She has changed back to Veritas frame after coming back to Babylonia. Have you fixed the unstable mind of this frame? It's all good now. After rounds of adjustments and upgrades, Veritas can definitely replace the damaged Zero. As for Stigmata, its abilities have already been fully demonstrated in battle. I let Bianca change out of it because the punishing virus information inside the frame has yet to be completely neutralized. Using it will make her mind more unstable. Thorough tuning is necessary before it can be used again. As for the Phantom Tracer Bianca brought back, Asimov taps on the light screen. A core fragment appears in the center. Looks like it was formed from punishing virus heteromers. Does that have anything to do with Chico? No. The fragment appears to be merely a vessel for transmitting information. What really matters is the message it carries. It almost feels like someone was purposefully using the fact that the punishing virus could carry information. Actually, there's more than that. I must have overlooked something more important. The encryption method is beyond my knowledge, at least for now. Asimov frowns. He curls his index finger to rub his temple. If it's a piece of information, can you track its source? I didn't have time to find out its true origin. The first piece of deciphered information looks like a message. Asimov raises his hand, displaying the information to the screen. They seem like just a few pages of cryptic codes to you. Only one obscure message was deciphered from the codes. This is a gift. This is a gift. In the name of the future. I don't know what it really means. The message does not quite make sense. But that familiar gray-haired girl suddenly appears in your mind. She waves at you with a bright smile, then walks away into the dazzling light. Speaking of it, you haven't seen her for a long time. Anyway, there's still a lot of unsolved mysteries regarding this fragment. I will continue analyzing it. Apart from the fragment, the production of Omega weapons also needs to be prioritized. We have almost used up all the available inventory in this battle. Sorry. But we won. Hassan's brow seems to have relaxed a bit. He points to the casualty rate displayed on the screen. The final number is even lower than Gestalt's estimate. Like you said, the people who bring us hope are our most important resource. The battle outcome is exactly like what we estimated. Most of the participants have survived. There's no better victory than this. The only regret is we could not retrieve Lithos' frame. I was already getting close to where Lithos sank, but a large number of hetero creatures suddenly appeared from the sea. When we cleared them up, its frame had already disappeared. Thinking back now, the hetero creatures were probably... They purposely showed up to transfer Lithos' frame away before he got a hold of it. Correct. The only party that could do this was... an agent. Only ascendants or agents have the power to control such a vast number of hetero creatures. That enigmatic figure has once again been hiding behind multiple mysteries, manipulating the situation and reaping the outcomes they desired. Everybody knows death is not the end for an ascendant who fell into the sea. Once again, I could only find Lithos' hairpin. I brought it back. This face of just what? Do we have any clue? It could be just your illusion, but Asimov seemed a little odd when she mentioned hairpin. That hairpin. It passed the sterilization process not long ago and was delivered. Left it in that box over there. Asimov looks back at the desk behind. He suddenly stops. You look in the same direction. There is a box on his desk, but it has been opened by someone. There's nothing inside. It was right here. Did anyone else come to this place other than us? Apart from you, there was only Rosa, who had been staying in the lab. Wait a sec. Rosa? Asimov raises his voice, calling out her name, but the timid purple-haired girl is not coming out of a pile of documents as she usually did. The box is carefully opened and put aside. Asimov looks at it and recalls the coincidental encounter between Rosa and Noan not long ago. He did not want to bring up the unimportant past, but he had forgotten that Rosa had always wanted to know the truth behind some things. He sighs to himself. Phew. No one walks out of the lab's door and lets out a deep breath in the empty corridor. The tests have placed a substantial burden on him, but he has also been making maximum efforts to cooperate. Before leaving, he notices a purple braid sticking out from a corner, swaying along with its owner's movements. Whoever that is, they seem to be hesitating. Tries to walk away to a more crowded place. Not surprisingly, he hears rushed footsteps behind. One moment, please. There's something I'd like to ask you. Rosa? It's me. Sorry to disturb you. No problem at all. What can I do for you? No one turns back and looks at the little girl. Do you still remember last time? She mentions how no one mistook her for Lithos when he first came to the Science Council. It was my bad. Sorry. No, actually, I just wanted to ask. Stuttering, the girl opens her palm to show Noan the hairpin that she has been closely holding against her chest. Do you know anything about this? This is... A shiver runs through Noan's heart as he cannot be more familiar with the object in her hand. It is Lithos' hairpin. It can only mean that. So, don't forget to introduce yourself again the next time you see me. I'm afraid I won't remember you. Lithos is dead. Noan gazes at Rosa in silence, Seeing his expression, Rosa anxiously raises her voice. All I know is that there is an ascendant named Lithos. Everything about him is classified. Asimov didn't want to tell me anything. Not even his look. But you did say his name when you saw me on that day. No one realizes what she is trying to ask. His first response is to turn her down. Sorry, but I can't tell you anything. I signed the confidentiality agreement. But large tears roll down the girl's cheeks. She begins to sob, mumbling words to beg him. Please, you're the only one I can ask. Wait, don't cry. Realizing no one is a little shaken, Rosa begins to cry even louder. Weeping. Slightly troubled, no one scratches his head. He then gently crouches down in front of the sobbing girl. Rosa, I can't tell you more. Takes out a sketchbook and a pen from his backpack and begins to draw the look of Lithos. But I can draw him for you. Will this work? Yeah, thank you. She wipes away the tears, blurring her vision. Her eyes widen as she watches Lithos' face gradually appearing on the pale paper. I didn't add colors, but Lithos' hairs and eyes are all purple, very similar to yours. He pulls the page off the sketchbook and passes it to Rosa. May I ask why this matters you so much? Why this matters so much to you? I have another hairpin that looks exactly like this one at home, but it is a lot older. I don't know whether it is part of Mother's memory or just one of the materials she brought back. She shakes her head, trying to cast away the mixed memories. She carefully holds the sketch and the hairpin in her palms. Can I take the sketch back? I won't let anyone find it. Of course. Thank you. Please don't tell others what I asked. Sure. Similarly, please don't tell others what I told you. No one puts a finger to his mouth. Rosa wipes off the tears on her chin, then nods with a smile too. It's a deal. Nobody tells anyone anything. Yeah, it's our promise. It's our secret. Again? Star of Life. Commandant's Ward. Vanessa sits silently on the hospital bed, gently touching the horrifying scar on her left eye. She picks up the damaged small terminal and opens an image folder hidden with the Commandant's highest permission level. There are only a few images in the folder. Her hand pauses on the latest one. Secret. She smiles in a self-mocking way, pulling the scar and bringing a faint, itchy pain. Before returning to Babylonia. Alright, I've got to go. Wait, there's one last thing. Vanessa waves her recording terminal. Grey Raven had a photo like this. Let's take one too for our final time together. Nobody expects her to say such words on a battlefield full of potential threats of hetero creatures. Photo? Fine then, this is the last time anyway. Teasel cannot understand why his former commandant wants to take a photo of a traitor, but he no longer has any desire to find out the reasons behind Vanessa's changes. He's already made up his mind to leave them. Bambinata, stand next to Teasel. Bambinata nods in obedience. She follows Vanessa's instructions to stand next to Teasel, striking a photo-taking pose. Teasel just turns sideways and crosses his arms. He keeps a poker face, but is not left. Vanessa raises her terminal to put both of them in the viewfinder. Seeing the terminal screen, she makes another breezy smile, but never presses the shutter. What is she waiting for? Teasel looks over in confusion, and Minata just keeps her hand up helplessly, maintaining the pose. Vanessa ignores Teasel's questioning look. She just looks into the distance. At the very end of her vision, she can barely see a familiar pink figure on the distant coastline. Completely unaware of Vanessa's gaze, Liv rushes directly to the wounded constructs. Vanessa cannot see her face, but she can easily imagine her expression. It must be be that same firm, determined look that once made her laugh, just like when she cut off her long hair in the factory ruins, or when she said, "I won't flee," in the ambulance. The Grey Raven in that ambulance reminded Vanessa of Teasel, who had gone missing. She has seen many dolls who died or fled from her hands, but never thought that one of them would come back and save her life. Perhaps it is already too late, but something has changed indeed. Just when Liv enters the viewfinder, Vanessa presses the shutter, capturing this scene. Bambinata is still submissive, but Teasel no longer obeys orders. Vanessa still does not want to be in the photo. With Liv in the distance, the once glorious Egret as their first and last photo. They are going to part ways. Alright, it's over. Teasel looks away and walks in the opposite direction. He cannot hold it when walking past Vanessa. We will be enemies the next time we meet. Ha, I don't want to see a traitor again. Besides, once I throw away a doll, it is no different from dead to me. Vanessa feels her body is getting increasingly heavier. She no longer looks at Teasel, but raises her head and walks towards the temporary command center. Bambinata comes to Vanessa and helps her walk. She looks back at Teasel for one last time. Just pray we never meet again. Someone is knocking on the door. Vanessa turns off the terminal screen and puts its face down on the blanket. A Dr. Star Life walks in with a report in his hand, followed by Celica, who is holding a fruit basket. The results are out. Your recovery is progressing well, but the wound on your face may take time to heal. As for your left eye, unfortunately it was wounded too badly and didn't receive timely treatment. Its vision is completely lost and cannot be recovered. But considering your situation at that time, this is already the best outcome. I suggest you have the eyeball removed as soon as possible to avoid sympathetic ophthalmia. Once it's out, you can consider installing a prosthetic one. Celica thought Vanessa would blow up for this, but she just waves her hand as if she does not care at all. Whatever. The scar and prosthetic eye can serve as evidence, proving that I saved so many lives, as well as that loser Spaniard. She casually runs her fingers through the hair on the side, giving her usual sarcastic smile. Hope that chief can regret lying down for 3 months and doing nothing after seeing my face. If you say so. Spaniard just happens to be in Star of Life helping Liv for her rehab. Would you like me to call him? Vanessa just sneers disdainfully. If that chief insists to apologize and thank me, I don't mind accepting it. But I hope that chief can show some sincerity and stand for at least an hour before coming in. That's what she said. He's just... what the... I'm gonna go with the... what the... Commandant? Vanessa did save us in the evacuation of City 043. Without her and Bambinata to cover us, maybe everyone left in the conservation area would... I know. The medic construct mentioned the long-lost Vanessa showing up at the temporary command center seriously wounded. She was in a coma for quite some time due to infection after being sent back to Star of Life. When Vanessa appeared, she never talked about her injuries or what happened in the past few months. She just provided tactical assistance to the surrounding soldiers with Bambinata until the battle ended. After joining the main force, she was sent to Star of Life. She was once in a coma due to serious infection. I'll be there right away once you finish your treatments. Okay. Are you also coming? Liv hesitates a little and shakes her head. You go first, Commandant. I'll visit her alone later. I heard Teasel defected. If she sees us together, I'm worried that she may... Understood. Okay. I'll just wait here then. I'll take you to her. Half an hour has passed after all the treatments were completed. You follow Celica to Vanessa's ward. Knock on the door. Who's that? You hear Vanessa's voice. Unlike the mean, sarcastic impression she usually leaves, this time her hoarse voice sounds weak and lonely. It's me. What? The voice immediately changes to another tone, as if the loneliness was just your illusion. I'd like to apologize, and thank you. Can I come in? Wait, I can't believe you're so rude. I said, show some sincerity and stand for at least an hour before coming in. Not only you didn't stand long enough, you were also a full 34 minutes late. Is that how you treat someone who saved your life, Grey Raven Commandant? I heard her injuries were bad. Yes, because she wasn't treated in time. She is almost disfigured. You recall every encounter with Vanessa. She was always glamorous, beautiful, keeping her elegance even during surface missions. For someone with so much pride. Let her calm down first. I'll just wait here. Another half an hour has passed. Gently knock on the door. You knock on the door again. This time, she has not rejected you. Come in. After getting mentally prepared, you push the door open. You first smell a light fragrance, and see Vanessa sitting straight on her bed. Vanessa is mostly the same as how you remember her, but with subtle differences. She is dressed in a glamorous gown that looked out of place and wearing near flawless makeup. You notice her delicate eyelashes and complicated but beautiful laced mask on her left eye. Still, you can see the horrifying scars under the mask if you look carefully. What are you looking at? Are you tired of your own eye too? She sounds as sarcastic as always. You seem to be in good spirits. It has nothing to do with you though. Vanessa throws back a sarcastic remark without mercy. You are an idiot who couldn't even protect yourself. Even your constructs were eager to throw their lives away. Not for me, you wouldn't be able to stand here. You even know how messed up you look when you lay on a junk bed in the basement. You know how much hassle you caused. Her words sound more aggressive than ever, as if you've triggered something. Feels like she's just taking it out on me. Aren't you going to push the door in? Why aren't you talking now? Vanessa seems in a good mood as she begins to smile. She elegantly reaches out for water on the table in front. But she fails to pick up the white porcelain cup. Her hand, wrapped in bandage, just moves past the cup and misses it. She pulls the hand back out of instinct, splashing water that soaks the bandage on her furlicue. You... Forget about it. It's already cold. She quickly conceals it, but you still see a moment of frailty in her eyes. You grab the cup and pour her another cup of warm water, then pass it to her hand. Here's a hot one. Vanessa gives you a peculiar look. She has not rejected your offer, which is quite unusual, and holds the cup with both hands. Grey Raven Commandant being so submissive and obedient to me. This is definitely a new experience. I'm not used to this. She looks at her reflection in the cup and turns silent. After what seems like an eternity, the silence is interrupted by door knocking sounds. With a large bag in his hand, Simon peeks into the ward, followed by Bambinara. Master, I met Commandant Simon on the way. He seemed he wanted to visit you. How are you feeling, Vanessa? Oh, Chief, you're here too. Simon. You wave at Simon. He looks a little shocked when seeing Vanessa on the bed. You... What's going on today? Why are all the losers having a reunion? Vanessa interrupts Simon before he can finish. Simon completely ignores Vanessa's sarcasm. He gently places the bag on the cabinet next to her bed. You should increase your vitamin intake. Recovering from major injuries can be quite challenging. I don't. Nada would like to thank Commandant Simon on Master's behalf. Sabinada has been standing outside quietly. He suddenly walks up and takes Simon's bag. Master would need this. The doctor had said so. You all. Meanwhile, Simon has already begun to dig into the bag, taking out one item after another while explaining them to Vanessa. There are nutritious foods, books for killing time during rehab, gifts from the survivors of the evacuation, and many other things. Vanessa still maintains her indifferent attitude, with occasional sarcastic comments. Still, she reluctantly makes Bambinata carefully put away the things Simon brought. Another new visitor has shown up in the room. Wow, this place is so busy, I didn't expect all of you to be here. Don't you have anything more important to do? We're on it right now. Nothing is more important than visiting my heroic senior. Harley Joe looks so genuine that Vanessa cannot get mad at him. Whatever. She takes a sip from the cup in her hand, covering her face with it. Four of you sit together, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility while reminiscing about the past and FOS since graduation. You've never had such a relaxing time to interact with your classmates, even during official school reunions. Maybe the next time you can meet somewhere else, other than Star of Life. You bump into Bianca when you leave Star of Life. Bianca. You nod to her. She smiles and nods in return. Commandant. You both continue to walk on your ways. A few constructs quickly run past, calling her name. Captain Bianca! Bianca's elegant but determined steps come to a halt. She pauses ahead as if waiting for her members. You cannot help but stop walking and glance back, catching a glimpse of Bianca's smiling profile as she turns towards them. The purifying force you remember is always serious and distant. They do not want emotions to hinder their actions, for they know that one day they may have to turn their blades against their former comrades. I guess we will witness many more losses and farewells like this one in the future. But right now, they can stand together and walk forward like this. Something is changing, quietly but surely, just like burning flames. One day, all the encounters and separations will turn into a spark to light up the silent sea and guide the way home. And that is chapter 20. Across the ruined sea. This is a nice way to end it. This is a real nice way to end it. It was a good chapter. Alright. Also, Jesus, this has gone longer than... This is probably one of my longest streams I've done. So with that, I will be calling it there. Thank you so very much for any and all who stopped by. Your support is very much appreciated. I'm currently unsure if I will be able to stream tomorrow. If I do, most likely I will post it on my Twitter before, which is linked below. If you wish to get a, possibly see a. I need to work on a schedule, but right now things are just complicated, so I can't really have a set schedule. But I do post roughly 10 to 20 minutes before I go live on my Twitter, so there's that, or just follow the channel and you'll get the Twitch notification that I went live. Either way, any and all support is very much appreciated. Thank you so very much for stopping by, and as always, may the moon guide you. Take care.